Alright, give me a secerino, my friendos. Alright, alright. Holy shit, my hair, man. Alright, let's go. Oops. Let's go. Oh yeah, so we okay. It's the night of the right to the dust, depending on the plus was grants, and someone was there at the time to the plum punish field the air. Oh yeah, okay. So the clock thingy, right? The clock thingy. Love the Punisher team. Pain. I see again. Ginjil. Plum Punisher. Does he smell?
Objection!
Smell the air. Feel the air, huh? It's Ginjil. You better is this? Okay, that's not wrong, huh? Well, Ripperino. Ripperino, I say. He was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the right, though. It's dark. The pattern on the plastic was visible. Let me see. Yeah, it was the night of the right. But then why does he...
Objection!
Okay. Was it really the night of the right? Because this ginger, you know, they eat it, what is it again? They eat it... the feast before the rite, it must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day, yeah. Maybe could that be otherwise? The accused slew Achilles Zealot after killing the high priest during the purification rite. And the only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says ginger? Achilles Zealot shouldn't have smelled any ginger on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This is the one, right?
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, Pebble Imi, told me about Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of ginger-based dishes, and they are only supposed to be served at a certain time of the day before the rite. Well, I believe you're right. I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of ginger pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Alright, I told her about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. Oh, what's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slow rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Well, I believe I have heard something of the sort of before. If it is, as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. We have time of death made 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Bartek, you blinded me with science. So sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Okay. It was the afternoon of the day before the ride got a bit dark. The pattern on the plaza ground was visible. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick? A change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. Or give me a check. Okay, it was the afternoon of the day before the ride. The big dark path at the plaza, and the ground was visible. Heavy. For the ride, though, a bit dark. The pattern.
Objection!
Changing the data at the time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Oh, you're making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the battlefield? Barb said there's nothing to see. The crowd at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. No. And that's what I find so strange. It's not the plaza. On the day before the ride, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Possible, you say? You explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza was not visible that day. Where is it? This one.
Take that!
Newspaper finds an article that it is tiny in the size but huge importance. It says the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the ride. What? But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. That's right, man. It's in the hideout, man. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? What? That's right. What? What? Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless. About that. Well, I hadn't gotten into that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere at Green and Shaki, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barb? That's been up already? Not at all. Now, where have I seen something Green and Shaki? The hideout. This shows where the
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout. There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? The shaky screen surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That does agree with the Seon's vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed, what evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the lumino test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is a proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong to? We thought it was the High Priestess blood that flowing from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Pure Zilla, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. RIP. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to a plaza of devotion by someone who we have yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. That's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. That would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Ah. Yeah. Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. You see how the snow has been removed from this spot only. Bye-bye. That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. That's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was mistaken, and the place too, and just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the blonde Punisher team in the victim hair. You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in the location can invalidate either the weapon or the team zone from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let's see you try. Take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh! It's the clock, man! Yeah, I was right. The blonde Punisher team, and how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. Was it the strap? Is this true? Then the played the blonde Punisher theme song was this. This is a blonde Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off? Objection! What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your loyally vials. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here's what really happened. Okay, revised again. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No. There's one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency? Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. Okay. The victim stood with his hand and stomp slap in the hideout. No, why is this that heavy?
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in a prayer. But he was actually standing with his hands against a stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he could have been held down. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but it's also the matter of Zealot's hands and the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could be related to the cause of the heavy sensation. Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness victim felt was the falling stone slab, the couple jumping on him. The stone slab? Oh! The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over and trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh! The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked by a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I love to, that doesn't mean I can. How would the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what they thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space, but the entrance is there. So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy report doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Okay. Will the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? There was, though. Something that had shape similar to his Warbot dagger. There was. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what killed the victim. Wait, where is it?
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took poor Zealot alive. In this dagger light?
Take that!
But that is the Warbot statue. Exactly. The Warbot statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecile fool! The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone from who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as the hideout door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why? That makes perfect sense. There, I believe the truth behind the definition seems to have to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculptures came toppling towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but it made force him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbot statue was right behind him. Oof. This cannot be. This cannot be. But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Gah. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbot statue was what killed the victim. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work! How can this be happening yet again? The evidence in Zeon is totally truth. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Yeah. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. Interpret your insights? What? That means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know that how the victim actually died. As Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priestess murder, that means the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbot dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know, but why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body was with the dagger and moving into a Plaza Vase to make it look like a serial killer running from the Twilight Realm. Crime committed from the... It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged a serial murder case. They did? That's it? Keep hammering away. Sakura! Soroka! Your reasoning has more holes in it than cheese your foreigners so enjoyed. What? Like those Pucci-cold riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could have? Your reasoning much like your Pucci-hole riddled brain has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to a killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot. Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him and we know the rest. I've never been to a rebel hideout in my life. When the High Priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe prosecutor Satmari has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt. Objection! Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? Why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the Defiant Dragons. So that is why she moved the body to a plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced you. I thought I finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? Kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Isn't that time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Except the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally no peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all our lawyers who practice in crime? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell, but I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the ride? Who knew about the Rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the ride can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a Rebel would have known about the secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the ride had access to the sanctum. Was suspected of being a Rebel is... Oh! Did something come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. Huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Prasad Madi will have this one in the back. I just have to bluff my way out of this regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Purei Zealot's murder.
Objection.
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us who might that be. I believe the mere prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is... Yeah, it's gonna be the wife. Do you truly believe that person to be the killer? I too find it hard to believe. Oh, I guess that makes 3. Or not? The hell? Is that the wife? Then, man himself? It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the ride. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales? Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast cut within my teeth. Now, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty! Dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? That's why you've finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. Peace. I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. Suspected as much, that means our only hope is... Maya. It's okay. It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Khura'in. Don't worry, it's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. You'll decide whether you become Master of Khura'in. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Khura'in. Alright, thanks Maya. Actually, there's someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. Even her benevolent Princess Rafa finds the Venetian Seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spirit power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? Foreno could not possibly have such a power. I mean, the Royal Priestess is incapable of such feat. Peace! Peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Rafa? Your benevolence? This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Her benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred rite. For rain devils, I said they should be put to death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head. Spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit, but do not fear, for I have a Makatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That's his relief then. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Satmari? Perfectly, your benevolence. You guys don't know. Very well, then accused may channel the High Priestess spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We'll resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for the believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we are as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget. Okay, I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear about Inmi's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so... There will be as a cut and tried as all that. They are ready for you, but at least return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Dead. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I've been studying here in Khura'in for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Khura'in, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A new neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me as neophyte? Very well. If you succeed... Oh, I will. Just you watch. Okay, let's go, Maya. O Spirit of Darus in me, slumbering in the Twilight Realm, return now to the world of the living. What is this place? Oh my! No! This cannot be! Porkunka! It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits! I don't believe it! The accused's spiritual power is the real deal! Go, Maya! I do not understand! This cannot be! This simply cannot be! I must step out now before I forget myself. Suck it, bitch! Abbott in me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of it, this luxurious mane of hair? It's perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of hateful service. Abbott in me. My, but if it isn't His Majesty, have you two suffered off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead, it is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why? Accurate Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it may be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste, if you would excuse me. Oi! There, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he kept his top on. The nipples there, not showing the nipple. Why are you are that foreign lawyer that people speak of as late? And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest, but you have been accused of murder. Nobody's asked you to testify on your own behalf. What the fuck? I have been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed. Oh, what's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such an astonishment? Even the lowliest monks can achieve such a body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if I'll be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Puresilat, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Accurate Silat? He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still a Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. I think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration even if he is a rebel. Praise to be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Oh my, have my rebel allegiance been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Kuranism, join the rebellion? The High Priest has come back to us for about a brief time defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. About Amy, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Accurate Silat to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It has prosecutor Satmani concluded I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. Fuck off. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertion with regards to his murder correct. What about Accurate Silat? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know nothing about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now about Imi, your testimony if you please. Yes, of course. Let's see here. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. That's it? Who are the guests? You had guests? It's past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? Let's see here. I want to know who the guests are.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none than his Majesty along with his family. He couldn't have attended the right due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inmi. Lady Inmi's cooking simply cannot beat. Beep it. So there you have it. The next time was his Majesty at your home. It was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. indeed, precisely the time period within which Akhled Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachudemal. But I'll just have that added to his testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had exact time as my watch. Now, do you understand, lawyer? How am I going to attack this alibi? Maya, what are you... Alright, she's kind of busy right now. What? Is there something on my face? No, not at all. I just have to start chipping away at that statement about his alibi.
Hold it!
You used the word alibi as if it was second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Is perhaps the kingdom of Kura in which of you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone. Let's bunch of country pumpkin here. Peace, peace, I say. It's alright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please don't take it the wrong way. It's just an alibi is rather a technical term for a priest to use as so naturally. I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial and worldly attachments. Oh, I see. He seems usually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this.
Hold it!
Yes, and you were intending them personally? And I was, we gathered around the table for our most enjoyable conversation. So this guest could corroborate his alibi. That can be good for a cause. You should have us the same day as the murder. Maybe you have misremembered. Gah! You don't doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, it's pretty thin skin for a priest, but I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Cut off at the moment of death? Wait. There's nothing better than enjoying kinship cuisine with the dear friends. That way everyone's bread becomes equal. Right. As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Akhled Zealot? His mastery is a weakness. Are you satisfied now? There's not a single discrepancy in about in Miss Alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priestess testimony? There is. Has to be. There's a discrepancy in the High Priestess testimony. There's well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. The prayer piece was short, he's too friendly with the shots. He knew the time of the crime? After Abbot Imi was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Let me mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 PM to 3 PM. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead. Then you were still alive. Wait, I think I saw something just now. Now, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that... what did he say? Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Oh, I weep in a place with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to punish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, or it can make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer's man seems to think a little of the power of Kurani's prayer. Huh? Abbot Imi was at home during the crime but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? He never ceased to amaze prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout. There's something under the banner. Microphone, what's this doing here? Wow, someone tried to record something with it. That was a listening device? Such recording whenever it detects movement, and I heard just such a recording of his majesty and his family lab. You look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then, bailiff. Yes, your majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priestess' home. At once, your majesty. The power of Kurani's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We should ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Imi to continue with his testimony. Very well. I was entertaining his majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Kuranist holy man. Therefore, take care of in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I stop at nothing to find the truth. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed, my wife Helly was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. And think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see, unless it is the wife. That's why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. in me. Should I have Abbott in me at that? Yes, have him at it. Please add this testimony to your testimony, as you wish. My wife Belly was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. I listened to a tape later. After that, there was a loud noise followed by hunting sounds.
Hold it!
Loud noise? A loud noise? I said that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Before I could see that, it must have felt so heavy. How does... Okay, interesting. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Have you at it? Got 6 now.
Hold it!
What was your 5 making that day? The menu that day featured hot tin soup pies and a melted mold. They're both traditional Kuranese dishes. Can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes, the exquisite zest of hot tin soup pies and the supreme texture of melted mold. Miss cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you, it brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left,
Hold it!
you heard everything from my recording. Indeed. Tonight, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble if my lovely wife had discovered my secret. Didn't really tell what happened by the audio alone. Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Kuranism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of these senses that can improve hearing, okay? If one can focus and attain an inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbot over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break.
Hold it!
Hold on, are you sure about those voices? Was it really Akira Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances, or perhaps Akira Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now I will continue my testimony if I may.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to the Akira Zealot's death. Yes, the sound no doubt was a poor Zealot's death knell. It's a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zero Matame Yoma. Right. And high hopes for that young man's future. Kushire Matame Yora. Why do I feel like I'm such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright? Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious about Inmi. Did you stop by the Rebel hideout after his Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation, but as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. In the victim's body, it was nowhere to be found. Akut's Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating. So, when you saw the Rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo? Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. It is just as Abbott Inmi saw it after the incident. Okay. Mr. Wright? Is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I need just a little more time. If you insist. Okay. Got the new proof, right? I could probably... Loud noise. Terrible crash. Then white.
Objection!
About Amy, you said I had an eye quote. Poor Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. Why do you think he felt something so heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Archlid Zealot, impaling him on the warbot statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination scenes earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew that the victim was really killed. How the victim was really killed? Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I got the High Priest's spirits shaking his boots, or should I say sandals.
Objection!
Need I remind you about Imi was with his majesty at the time of the crime? Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could have known. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting into that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. Tell us, who is this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is Philip Inmi. You must say while you were visiting the High Priest's home. You didn't see Mrs. Inmi at all, did you? No, you didn't. No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to her room's entryway. So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Imi might have been killed Archlid Zealot.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegations. She had no motive to kill Archlid Zealot. He was like a family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmi could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
You know, a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you really believe Lady Kira would kill Archlid Zealot though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmi killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. God, yikes. You claim my wife is that rebel hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife, that is utterly impossible. I've never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inmin stated, and the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It's far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inmi. Your wife, Lady Inmi, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed by her holiness and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Akut Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly? Oh no. You foolish oaf of law, lawyer? Only you were as blessed as Lady in me. What? Surely you, the accused, possess the strength, or should I say the power? The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. And you have figured it out as well, Abbott in me. May I ask you to explain to your perjured brain lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. For fraying devil. Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how I have faced that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Okay. I could fate channel the Lady Kira's spirit. She's a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. It was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But do you understand now? Murder by the spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am on living, or should I say dead, proof of her terrible power. My ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her. Now is it not time to let it go and move on, defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? June Angel could have done it. We do know. Where is the... What the fuck is it? Oh, this one. That name is Imsan. But the wife could have known it too, right?
Objection!
Total Secrets is only given to a priestess who performs the purification, right? But you need to have a note. This is your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira. Yes, indeed, for it contains the true name of Lady Kira and secret only revealed within. Put in me. I'm afraid you are mistaken. This could have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense? Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client could have channeled Lady Kira. You need to know the face.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became the Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Gah. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. What then? Who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect if indeed there is one at all? Let's hear the defense the brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Miss Inmi was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Mr. Arable is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... It's alright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I just have to stare at the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. Sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel. Don't tell me.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira Masik is... Technically, yeah, 2 years ago he was found, you know, so technically it could be him too, and it is Crazy Lot. What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace? I say peace. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection!
But as a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. Assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Yes, of course. We'll have something in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. I wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inmi or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. Zealot. Zealot. Ah!
Take that!
This is what proves that Accurate Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sagmari. You say that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. The reason you gave us that the High Priestess' house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Accurate Zealot could have delivered the warning letter anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded to under the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings, but Lady Kira is one of the victims. Who was the killer, and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmi. And there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmi is a rebel? What? Really? And you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Accurate Zealot. The Plum Punisher team that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inmi a rebel, and did she pose as a Lady Kira to kill Accurate Zealot? Or was Accurate Zealot a rebel and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's got into him? But Inmi, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? That theme song came from the Plum Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switch off at all times. No! Hell shit. Yeah, that's not good though. That is not good. I'm sad to say that the defense's claims does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The teams that the victim heard was from the accused's trap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting lady Kira and the victim is his killer. And in opening, something I can raise an objection to. That Plum Punisher team song Accurate Silat heard is in his final moments. I do heard it by way of listening to the device. But did you really? You had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in Me was channeled. Alright, well then, what if he's lying about the clocks around being switched off? Simple wrench. That would be a pointless lie, one is disproven. You check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Come to think of it. We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly, those distinctly taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind, the event. I got you. Daka dun dun dun. The instinctive taiko drums in the intro. This intro has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbott in me spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty! Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still you're worried in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul written in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick it the right one. This one, right? This is what the inconsistency with his statement, my client's Plum Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? Replace the Plum Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to a Plum Punisher warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Dun 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 dun. Do you see what I mean? The music with the victim heard in his final moments might have been the Plum Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it if not the Plum Punisher theme? In his final moments, Accurate Silat heard the Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plum Punisher theme. So what Accurate Silat actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say, Mr. Wright. What is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America. The Plum Punisher team is a total rip. I mean, it's very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that I could see that heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye made an avid Plum Punisher fan here in Kura-in, and as a token of their friendship, she traded certain Steel Samurai items she had for the Plum Punisher strap. And this avid Plum Punisher fan was the one who killed Accurate Silat? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priestess' wife. Believe in me. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she will tolerate yet another dose of your based slander. Such as you prepare yourself for the face of Holiness wrath? Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Everalton, please present your evidence if you would defend. The evidence that proves Mrs. Inmi was the one who killed Zealot is this. Oh! I see it.
Take that.
It's right here in this family photo. Look at Mrs. Minmi and Mrs. Faye had traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo? What exactly should we be looking at here? Proof that... I saw it. Look at Mrs. Minmi's left wrist. Still a samurai! You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark's top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Oh. Why? I never knew your wife had such a hobbies about Inmi. His family photo was taken right before Accurate Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Mrs. Inmi had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmi was wearing. I wish to commend my testimony, but I thought that Psychotrons was something else. I've never had such a watch. It's the truth. I tell you, you must believe me, your majesty. Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? It's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For if it is as you said, let him meet the rebel slew Accurate Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. And the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Ah, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. How could I have missed that? So tell me, what are you going to say killed the high priest now? Come on, Phoenix. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest's murder. You mindless zombie, you should have begun your journey into a Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think of things through and figure out who really killed the high priest. Oh, here we go. Alright. Accurate Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest, so the question is who did. Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. My evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder. I don't have the right about. Oh, red? Maybe? Screen was stained red before the ride. Alright, maybe I said that the screen had been stained red before the ride even began. The screen was already there red before the high priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. Yeah, I think it's... That's right, Zealots had been killing the rebel hideout the day before the ride, and his blood had flown into the spring. Wait a second, the high priest knew that the Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the high priest inform the authorities right then to that Maya keep the hideout hidden? Ah, stupid. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But going through with the ride, the high priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the right? He wants to kill Maya. Or set up the scene during it. Zoom anything. Have to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. How was the Ibrahim concealing the source of the blood in the spring? In the spring, he used Maya's blood. Own blood. He killed himself, eh? Concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the high priest. It was Tarus himself. Right? Suicide. I can't believe it. The high priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The high priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What? What's this? Did the high priest commit suicide? I've never heard anything more absurd.
Objection.
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good Priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes and are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand? You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the high priest took his own life? Have you considered food brought the dagger to the blast of devotion? Ah. After the high priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Aklet Silat's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. It is as prosecutor Satmadi says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the high priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been blazed at the blast of the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the blast of the day before the riot, but what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. He died by the statue, man. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Aklet Silat's body the day before the riot. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the high priest's life.
Objection.
But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. You will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? Got nothing, but I know there had to be have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? Come on.
Take that.
What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And its lethality had already been demonstrated by the late Aklet Silat. That's right, it was the Warbot statue. Polkunga! You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in about me? No, he lies. Pays him no need. Pay him no heed. Why it's the wife. Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Belip, no! You magistrate, my wife knows nothing. Please abide in me. Let your wife speak. Now, lady in me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Purave was slain. The That sound, it's still somewhere alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks! Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Akrit Silat. Ah! But in me, Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending the high priest, so there's no need to fear. Now let us continue. What about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inmi, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to a rebel hideout to prepare it for Dats's escape. That's when Akira Silat suddenly appeared. Yes. Kure was shocked when he saw me there. Akira Silat did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. Then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inmi. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Kure Silat. Yes, he was a member of the secret police serving directly under the Minister of Justice. Secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. The Drake of Minister Inga's leave was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Akrit Silat abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Kuranist clergy members have received. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. Guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning a state-sponsored murder? Peace! Now, Lady Inmi, please continue. Hooray suddenly launched at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab towards him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Abadimi, are you sure you're alright now? I'm sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me, I am already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I shielded his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did, and I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It's perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, but surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Faye fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. Right before the rite, I tracked her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's rope over the Warbot statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Arculate Face's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira ropes were underground. How did they end up there if they were under statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed one of the ropes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You need have committed such suicide simply to frame this accused. Prosecutor Satmadi, as one well versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system? This is Inmi's crime. Your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why? I believe the defense knows what the high priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the high priest took his own life. Ah, the DC.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmi's killing of Akret Silat in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Kurain, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robe upon the Warbat statue. It made it seem that Akret Fey was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. What? Are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom has all been. Poor Rafa, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you in Akret Fey is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Makatama of parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me to honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Missing me. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Very well. My darling Taurus. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh! But what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix, right. I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright not guilty. Hew, 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 hew. So I was thinking, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence? Huh? What? I was just wondering, are you alright? Quite, you. How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the whole justice into utter chaos. You even discredited my mother and father's teaching, you soulless infidel! Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with that victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. Each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I'm left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Reifa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. It's not a cruel joke. The Royal Priestess, bested by a lovely outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, you benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you are the only one who capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of Royal Priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of the Royal Priestess? People of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know none of what you speak. Actually, I cannot do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I do not know. Seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte, practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. Future queen and future village master. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. Barbhead. Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. Doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You have played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. Besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. The Defense Culpability Act which gave rise to that is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence? As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is the true and what is false. Most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I have never heard my attack like this before. She's really come a long way. What was that? You came from the hallway. Smoke, we better go check it out. Hurry. Mrs. Inmi. Mr. Wright, Accurate Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. Oh. Oh. Dragon marked? I make amends by picking up where my husband left off. We'll see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. But that is the day I act on my love for my dearly departed husband. Hey, what up, Shek boy? Hello. How are you, man? Hey, Dimi, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. Arabal? I must tell the people they must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocent charged with false crimes under that ODSDC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PV. I wish we had more time to talk about. Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Ooh, that's Dirk. What's that rebel leader, Dirk? Leaders, man, leaders. After them, don't let them get away. The power to forge a society in which the law judges of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought. I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai is the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make up for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plum Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. The end. Turnabout storyteller. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna die.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Boom. Dead. Oh. She shows dead. She show Master? No. Do you think? Oh no. If he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry. I have an idea. You have an idea, huh? Okay, May. What the heck? Athena, who brings a defendant to his own trial late. Plus, the request was so last minute I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Sykes, armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how. I'm a fully competent defender of the Right Anything Agency. Though I wish my client would show up already, the trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon. Simon? You need to get so worked up, Athena. Blackwell! His baldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but covering for your lateness is not. Still about a rank amateur, I see. Blackwell? This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we are both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kind of my senior, I guess. A twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. So, where are Wright Dono and Justice Dono? Mr. Wright is abroad and Apollo is helping Juicy with her magic show. Did I tell you though? Did I tell you? They're what? So neither one of them are here, leaving you to take this alone? Yep. Yeah, good. Yeah, God. Call right to the back. It's not too late. Oh, no. Oh, no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport. Very well. Then I will settle for Justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery. As your defense derails in spectacular fashion, no, as I win the heck out of this trial, I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is... Yeah, he's your... See, he's asleep again. Hoi, Bucky, wake up. Yeah! Ow! Why did you do that for, Simey? Bucky? Who's this yellow chickadee? She's your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer, she sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like, yeah, fellow apprentice or something? Hey, something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. Oh, okay, well then, guess I better call her Miss Chickadee then. Miss Chickadee? Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. I know we have just met, but I'm about to ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will, just save it for after the trial. Miss Chickadee? Don't call me that. Miss Chickadee! How you do? Simon here is an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Vetsoba. Oh, Wheat Soba. Wheat Noodle number 4, Bucky Wheat. Nice to meet ya. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wheat. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. Yeah, if only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taking a toll on the poor boy. You happen to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room. Indeed, the victim, Master Storyteller Typhoon Tornado, was a long-time patron of Wheat Soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Vet Noodle number 3 passed away. I see, so the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid old fart like a father? Nah, man, no way. Nah, way, he was always wishing my soba. I'll never speak ill of him. Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together, number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But Simey, that police, none of them believes me. They won't listen to me. Looks like still a shot from the heart or not. Don't worry, Mr. Wheat. Everything's gonna be alright. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You are in good hands now. Yeah, I mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe you to the very end. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now come on, I need you to shape up just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. Reed? Bucky, you great big pillock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? Used to frequent Vet Soba and still do, in fact, so I know him since he was a lad. That's why his father and the Master Tornado were always so good to me. I didn't know you like soba so much, Simon. I would expect someone as such as you who eats meat between slabs of bread to understand the delicate taste and the supple texture imparted by buckwheat flour. Hey, that's just rude. Radish grass? I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff. If I let veg sopa in like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life. Ah, I see. That's why you came to me. You wanted to somebody you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. Yeah, I'll show him. I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's about time. What? But we haven't even probably discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickening out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle. That's all. Off gets. Let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We got a case to win. Yes, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Hello, yellow. 2 bowls of noodles. Sorry, sir. No can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere. Let me rest? Huh, maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba. Yeah, don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seed fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out? Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these 3 freshes of sopa he was talking about? First, buckwheat seeds or groats are ground to make a buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodle. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately one after the other so that the sopa is fresh when eaten. Also, that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any sopa right now, though, that's for sure. I think that this is no time for idle chatter. You need to go get into the courtroom now. So remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quadr. There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Yeah, just you wait, Simon, I'll show you. Mr. White and Apollo may not be here, but that's alright. I can do this on my own. Blackwell? Yeah, Blackwell, Roxas. Blackwell. Let's go. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wheat. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh, Nahuta. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. He's back. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Satmati? That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country? Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet to a gallows thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell.
Objection!
You have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I'm a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now cease your shrill chirping. Now, Prosecutor Satmati. She's still only a teenager, please go easy on her. Great, now even the judge is giving me the kids treatment. Very well, shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Satmati, please give your opponent's statement. I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th, at a storyteller's theater called Kurukurute. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Typhoon Tornado. Okay, the scene of the murder was at the theater dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door. Okay. Stage, dressing room, yard, staff entrance. The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. Okay. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there's no murder weapon. No murder weapon? Interesting. I will now submit this incident report to the court. Money, how can you name Fitz the Red? Took place in the theater dressing room. Master Tornado was found with his face thrust into a large soba bowl. Was making a soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are 2 drinks canned in the fridge. In the fridge, huh? Okay, one is yellow, one is blue. Gotcha. And there's that is a mochi box. One has been eaten. Suffocation. What if we, suffocate from the mochi? Mochi, you know. Mr. Money, how can you name Mr. Red as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as yet unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I'll explain this assertion in further details as we continue. I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now would the accused care to plead his case? Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Mr. Sykes? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Infirmary? Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great, starting off at the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wheat went to the theater and at the victim's request. Typhoon Tornado was a connoisseur of soba. As you can see in these photographs, he was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Making soba is one thing, but making it in a theater dressing room is a bit much none. Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the day to the accused's shop. Mr. Reed was to inherit Miss Wet soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. Ah, okay, which soba deed? Finding the victim's possession is the deed for the soba shop. The deed holder is Baki with murder operated the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive. So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of gold sweat if he had. Defense? From you, the demoner, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see, Sucker, you are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession. You putrid egg yolk. I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper and now I'm an egg yolk. We have only just started and I'm already been demoted from spring chick. I'm ready to call my weakness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of the one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found. Very well, witness, please take the stand. Oh, Black is taking the stand? As a witness, huh? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Well, shit. Simon Blackwell, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackwell, you didn't tell me you were going to take the stand. There simply wasn't time. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor Satmati, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic for now. It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel as... Okay. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or should I perform the famous story of Jugemu instead? Ugh. It appears you have put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned if you don't mind. If that is your honor's request... Jugemu. Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial? Oh, right, of course. I nearly forgot. Seriously, of all the things for you to forget? Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witnessed. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately at 4 p.m. Went straight to the Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bayaki went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body. Uendo, huh? Uendo's the killer. Now, wait just 1 minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. With the testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wheat of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it happened. Appears. Well, a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yeah. Duh. Alright, I guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. Man, I am tired today, not gonna lie. Let's get back. What did you go to the theater for in the first place? Went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Uendo's promotion. It's also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Uendo II. So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see. But there was another Uendo Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him, huh? What exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Typhoon Tornado was going to perform Toki Soba, or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba using only his fan as a prop. And Uendo was to perform a soba sei, or soba glutton, a soba themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your boldness. First to perform was the senior disciple Geiru, followed by Uendo. Lastly, Master Tornado. Okay. Invitation someone received from Master Tornado to a show commemorating Uendo's name recognition promotion. Set the envelope was ticket to the show and the letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greetings and a rundown of the show's program. Gary was to perform her balloon act, then Uendo was to do his soba glutton routine, and finally Master Tornado was to perform his time soba. Okay. Okay, Geiru Uendo. Okay. I see that's why you happened to be at the Storyteller's Theater yesterday. No, what happened after you arrived? And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him? Went with the intention of screening him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? Geiru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of a Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until it was done. You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room. Yes, not just me, but Geiru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 PM. Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly though through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. But tell because it was the time soba routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that. Please tell us in the detail how Mr. Vet appeared at the time. Hey, Backfield has still been the defendant. He's the witness. He's the witness in this case. The witness. Geiru and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing. When Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It wouldn't have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. I better come up with some kind of counter argument and fast. What do you mean by apparently didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. But Geiru was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. I see. What do you suppose he went to the dressing room anyway? He looks like more bright than the previous game. Obviously! Obviously makes sense he looks more bright and more happy. It obviously makes more sense. He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. Disciple is to pay the master respect right before and after each performance. And finally, in a way, avenge his master, but not, you know. And all principals are expected to do this. The truth, everything. Yeah, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists. This is a Fulbright. Wow, Fulbright indeed. I see, could you tell us what happened after the Uendo went into the dressing room? Certainly. And how did Uendo act at the time? After Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room and Uendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of struggle at that time? Now it's Uendo's woeful scream. I see. I see. Right down, Prosecutor Black Quill. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into a sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Black Quill. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Black Quill and Geiru in the hallway waiting for the Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room. About 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. Okay. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Wendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackpool and Gayru then ran into a room and saw the body for themselves. Oh shit. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is a crucial testimony indeed. Defense. Master Tornado was confirmed alive at 4 p.m. Paki Vet entered the room at 4:10, left at 4:20. When he discovered the victim body upon entering the room after Paki left. Okay. Eyewitness has given a conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. If Uendo went into the dressing too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can't you give me something a little better to work with here? Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I'm certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are as capable as you claim, then throw out what you need yourself. There's no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. Soroka! Prosecutor Blackwell! Watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness! You shall pound this sacred hall no more! How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exercised? I remember this, you blackguard. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I got this. Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down. You half-bald putrid egg yolk. Ew, I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. Prosecutor Blackpool's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackpool when the body was discovered. She's another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Gayru Tornado. Okay. What the? Please state your name and occupation, witness. Hello everyone, I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. Wow, and balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon that. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gayru Tornado. Just call me Gayru, sweetie. 1, 2. Blown. What a way to capture your audience's attention. I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Chachi, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club's pretty please? Oh, absolutely. And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Gayru, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad. But Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness, smile with a twisty twist. And balloon, there you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see, I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. The balloon's art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a severe monster head. Gayru, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Well, my late father, that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Paki Wheat. Oh, how could he? Want to see him pay for what he's done done as quickly as possible. Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss. And not only that, but he... Do you have more to say about Mr. Wheat? Every time he comes to deliver Soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? It's a great scent. How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset. Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Geru's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wheat hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Geru, please share the truth with this court. Yes, Geru, your testimony, please. Alright, let's see here. From 4 PM to a little after 4:20 PM when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Wendo discovered the body, the only person who got gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad. Jugemu? Prosecutor Blackwood, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, Satmari. First you exercise me nowadays. You need only to do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Satmari. I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking, Prosecutor Blackwood, for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of the Quranism. To stare at the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackquill. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes to know. Well, I won't let either one of you insult me. I'll just show I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness. I hope you can make a Prosecutor Satmari see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll have you cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot. Alright. Okay, where's the Jugemu? Jugemu? That's my Daki. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twisty twist. That's Jugemu. A balloon. There you have it. My cute widow Jugemu. He is kinda creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really good boy. And why is Jugemu sparking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we have a new suspect in this case. Now I was parking again. I remember because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. What? Could somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope, the door door out into the yard was now wide open. No, it isn't. Or is it? No, it isn't. No, is it? Oh, I've seen it. Everybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Black could come down to the stand for a sec, please. How many times must I do this? You saw what Geru was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before? I can't be expected to remember every minute detail. But remember them now, please. Did Geru go out into the yard? Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugemu. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well. Recall anything else? It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Dumplings? Jugemu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. It looks like Geru was telling the truth. Your Honor, I like Geru's last statement added to her testimony. As you wish, defense. Okay. I was in the yard, but the door was wide open, so I could keep watch over the dressing room. Is it open? I'm not wide open? No, it's in the dressing room. I'm not sure, but okay. Let me restate the game just in case.
Objection!
Yeah, that's right. So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out in the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. That I can look at this diagram of the backstage area. There's a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony. Oh. I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness testimony. If she was feeding the dog. I'm not sure if this is correct, but... we'll see.
Take that!
Kay was in the yard near the doghouse, pressing the black woman saw her there. While she was out there, the dock to the yard had been left open. I see. Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Kay said, would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way! But even if there were admittedly a few moments Gary was not keeping a watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would have greatly affect the case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackcruz stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Boom! Gary, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What?
Objection.
Hide the fact? You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight, right, witness? Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused, that's all. Even though she's trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one's master is kind to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. all I can say is defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring the witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I am sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you? Or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of. Oh boy, he's right, that was harsh. She didn't have to go that far. I feel kind of sorry for the witness. Why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? No, I was just trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Satmati? The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. That lawyer is still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ridiculous to come to a trial with such a paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can be convicted solely on the prosecutor Black and Gary's testimonies. When now you would continue to resist, your child is in defeat as well, I see. I'm not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message which clearly implicates the accused Blocky Weed. What? Look at these Japanese playing cards known as Karuta lined up on the table. This special English version Karuta cards spell out a message. That message, read number 4. Read number 4. You mean read noodle number 4? Yes, read noodle number 4 as the 4th head chef of Wet Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused Bucky Weed. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Okay. Suffocation, right? Either way, yeah. Would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say what? You can say whatever you want, but we won't know until we... Oh, it's Satorha. It is crucial to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree? He's right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence, but an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here. I know you can hear them defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing, anybody? She should just quit right now. Okay. Now defense, leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence!
Ooh, Black Quill!
Silence!
He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Simon! He's helping us! And use food fop doodles in the gallery kind of man watch a trial in peace. This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Let's go, Black Quill! Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around? The mood in this courtroom is starting to change. Prosecutor Black Quill, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to this spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I will be quite cross. Do you voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin? Truly, what a fool you are. I think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. What will happen to a qualified and capable Athena? I just my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again. And gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. I'm not girding up anything in this skirt, but I am ready to get serious. Are you now? Seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than hell, to be honest. But the fires of hell will not be at the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda. In your next life! A white and black reverse panda, that is. I used to be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. A threat like that will work on Prosecutor Black Quill. After all, he's already used to be looking like a panda in his life. Who are you calling a panda? Sorry. I see that you are all prepared to face the fires of damnation. Okay, thank you for the service. You may step down now. Okay, okie dokie. Bye bye, balloon. Okay, that's everything you have to do. Have to be about balloons. Return. Now then. The witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards. And who is the witness this time? The first to discover the body and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Uendo Tornado. The time has come for that ponytail pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. Very well, let's bring in this witness then. Okay, this guy. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Let me have a bathroom break. I'm the Rakugo storyteller Uendo Tornado. Even if my pair of Frozen isn't worth watching, I recently watch my words. Who want to say anything godless and get arrested? After all, that be a Raku no. Thank you everybody, good night.
Hold it!
You can't leave yet. You have only just introduced yourself. Oh my. You're a fan of mine, miss? Ow. What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan after all. A fan for a fan, nice one. Oh, wife, it is Simon. How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a deal of a pick-up we have found ourselves in, wouldn't you say? I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Wendell. Never perform in a place like this, you know. I got butterfly here, can you see? Why do I always get the weird ones? Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to a case at hand. I suppose you're right. In that case, was promoted to Futatsume yesterday, and I received the stage name Uendo. Sure was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that had happened. Never dreamed something like that would happen, not in a million years. Just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho too. Yeah, plus don't worry about Keiru. The way she climbed onto Shisho, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Still like rigor mortis. Okay. Let's do this dying message right now, alright? Let's do regardless. Right next to Steve, you see? Hey, now enough with these silly puns already. Heh. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. Anyways, he must have been talking about Bucky. Because the masters found a message left as he was drowning in Sopa's broth. So like she showed not to write Bucky's name outright, plain and simple, wasn't his style. Yeah, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid. So how you say that the victim was drowning in Sopa broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's really natural to assume he was drowned in the broth for the noodles. What do you mean, Simon? What's this? You said you weren't planning on asking me for help. I did, and I won't. Thank you very much. Someone must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. Better listen carefully and try to see what he found. Okay. Soba brat.
Hold it!
But the victim lining up those cards in his final moments. How can you be so certain that that's how it went down? I know Shisho, he would never let someone get the last word on him even in death. With his eyes in the Soba brat and his conscience fading away. I'm pretty sure suffocation, nothing was found in the lungs. Yeah, nothing yet. He left a message that pointed towards Bucky as he left this world. Stolen vein could have happened, but wait a second, I forgot. We see blood then, right? If it's suffocation, what's blood? Was it a Soba broth? I'm not sure. Wait, the only way? Now you're just speculating. Look, a dying message is something you leave as you're dying, right? I saw a scene like that in the detective show. When though we have a saying in my country, silence is more precious than diamonds. Please do not speak any more than is necessary. But talking is my livelihood, you know. I talk all the time, this and that, truth and untruth. I can't stop myself from talking. Hopefully he'll stick to the truth without any of those untruths.
Hold it!
But don't you think it's strange? Could a diamond person really leave such a convoluted message? Even if the throes of death, it was in Shisho's nature to throw in a twist somehow. Truly the consummate entertainer till the very end, don't you think? Was he really that great of a man, Simon? Would have been no easy task, to be sure. But who knows, he wasn't an entertainer for 55 years for nothing. If I ever bite the big one like that, I wanna leave a message as good as Shisho's. Well, let's hope it never comes to that. Simon, are all Rakugo artists like this? It's hard to say. It could simply be the eccentricity of an entertainer, or perhaps he's hiding something. But he doesn't have to entertain people in a court of law. If he's trying to hide something, maybe it'll show up as a contradiction or something. Okay. Think.
Objection!
Yeah. There's a contradiction in Wendo's testimony. And would you care to explain where Miss Sykes? Certainly, Your Honor. According to the opposite report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs. Yes, it does say that, doesn't it? He's swearing. If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba and broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than the soba broth. What? This is the contradiction you notice, isn't it, Simon? Heh, not bad. Not bad at all. I guess I shoved you. But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into that bowl? Typhoon Tornado's face was thrust into that bowl before his murder, during his murder, after his murder, right? Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs, his head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning. I see. So it was done after he was already dead? But why would the culprit do such a thing? What? I'm afraid I don't know yet.
Objection.
Heh. You boast of a psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive? My sides are liable to spit at the absurdity. What? And I suppose you know why? Of course, desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. It certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings towards the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop's deed, no doubt. Just great, now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Silence.
Must he come undone at every juncture? The culprit had time enough to set up Master Tornado's body. Do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message? Good point. The cards were right in front of his body after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh?
Objection.
But was the accused irrational at the time, given the way he was stormed out of that room?
Silence.
Never mind that, I have something more important to ask Wendo. Me? You saw the Baruta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos shown us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba Scenes of Tokyo Past set. Which card is related to in some way to Soba? Spare me the history lesson, just tell me how the cards look at the scene and no more. Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them. That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Satmari, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Okay. Oh my god, these delightful looking cards. Well. During Prosecutor Satmang's conclusive evidence, a part should be apprised with this. Huh? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly. Of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? Okay. It's clear what to do with those white cards. Besides, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then. Alright, it's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture and... These cards were rearranged, contain contradiction, are a kind of riddle. Rearrange? These cards were rearranged. But how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking at? The soba broth stains. Please focus on your attention on the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of these stains don't match up with the large stains on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And please recall that the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder. When the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? Then if we put the cards back in their original position, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing towards. That's true. Oh, cool. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that's the stage. Match up. Easier said than done. Let's see, where was this W card originally? Somewhere around here, I would say, right? The stains don't match up if you place that card there. What? Ah, okay. This one. Perfect. Okay, the H card is next. Let's see. This one. It's now the E card. Okay, it's this. T card is this. The N card. This one? Nope. The fuck? Ah. Now the O. And the 4.
Take that!
Padam, 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 padam. So the message read number 4 was originally supposed to say Alvin. Alvin Fort? Keru. Alvin 4. Anybody we know? Alvin 4. Alvin Fort. Nice. This original message is the our clue to the identity of the true culprit. What? That indignant look on particular sad monk's face is possibly priceless. This is absurd. So it was originally Alvin Fort? Wasn't read number 4? Maybe the lore is a lot smarter than we thought. Order in the cart? Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. Which is spelled out Alvin Fort. And then I have to tell out what does this Alvin Fort means. Wait, am I? Who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you. But I haven't thought of that far yet. Change the cards around all you'd like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, it's as worthless as you are, defense. And so the spring chick that fancies itself as graceful as one is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Steal your thoughts for a second? There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Alright, that's a good idea. Come on, Athena, get a hold of yourself. Wendo, does the phrase Alvin Fort mean anything to you? No, there's no one named Alvin in the Tornado family or our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you like. You can't be serious. Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have an as expected turned up nothing.
Silence.
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Obenfort is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Reed. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Blackwood is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather who rearranged the cards. See, why didn't you point that out earlier if you already knew? Sorry. In any case, there were two opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wade entered the dressing room, and the second was when Wendo discovered the body. He was accusing me of rearranging the cards. Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming and straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 to 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to do some devil. So what exactly were you doing there, Wendo? Wendo! Put down the tea and spit out your answer! Mr. Prosecutor, what's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamond's witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make up a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I decide not to say another word. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share? Did you hear that, Sykes Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak? Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there's an audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. Answer? The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's simply human nature. Isn't that right? Keep off the gallery. Even with this wound, wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk? If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend. You say I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Oh no, never mind what I just said. I'm really scared to talk. It's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Uendo with his power of suggesting technique. Bully for you, Uendo. That's a real Rakugo artist should be. Alright. If the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do. To be turned by such an obvious ploy. What a man of weak spirit. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. That's it. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony. Of course, there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Somebody's right. I don't see any inconsistent either. But I did pick up at some faint discord in Wendo's heart. Shit. Ponder all you would like, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe that there is no need for further deliberation. I disagree, Your Honor. I detected the discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication of that Wendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes? Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on this witness.
Objection.
Wendo, there's no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Impetuous fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother? The witness wishes to proceed. I see no problem, prosecutor. In one ear and out of the other. Seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, prosecutor sad monk. Just know this, Wendell. Your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me. Just keep your wits about you. I will. Wendell, could you tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? Okay, let's see. In my performance, I went to visit Shisho. Yeah, he's happy. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. Would be sad? Wouldn't it be more surprised, more like, right? When does something serious doesn't match? Oh wait, is that the oh fuck? I think I fucked the other way around. Yeah. I gotta press the yellow one. Oops. Yeah. It's the other way around. Forgot. It's been a while. Not surprised at all. There we go. Wendell, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Something strange with Cheesy Toe Skin, you say? No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard something stranger with Cheesy Toe Skin? I don't know. Maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. Did he wield the floor to open up to swallow his cushions out of shame for that back joke? The point I'm trying to make is that I'm noticing something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where we can see you. Bailey, please bring the witness a few replacements cushions. So what? So what was this unexpected thing you've noticed? Oh come on, His Honor. Said a few cushions, not a few dozens. Now that we have all a good laugh, please continue, Sykes. Who's laughing? Focus, Athena, don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Wendell. Don't you think that's a little odd? Is it though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason Wendell wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body is because he knew his master's dead. Wendell, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaking was because you already knew you would find your master dead. A lot of pillows. Or cushions. What? What kind of thing is that to say? You got it all wrong. Oh right, I just remembered something. I thought Shisho was just sleeping when I first saw him. Okay, that's half. You thought he was sleeping? It sounds plausible, but... What made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and arms up on the table as if he were taking a nap. Oh, and one more other thing there was on that note too. A note? What note? Ah, he must be talking about this. Resting, do not disturb. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping? That is a pretty reasonable assumption. You gotta be kidding me. Haifu's note. That's right, I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisho was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. Alright, I'll run an update. Okay. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. He was sleeping. Something seemed up and so I rushed over to him. Why would he be mad? Hello?
Got it.
I want to know something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh even with my emotions. I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Oh yeah, now I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little peaky on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. Hehe. Right, wait, you mean you stopped your pinky toe? Just a little bump on my little pinky? Not big, no big deal. It's embarrassing, really. Sounds more like he's hiding something. I better dig a bit deeper. No need to be embarrassed, Wendo, but I'm afraid it's something we do need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stopped your toe on. In the area around the dressing room door in this picture. But maybe there was something there at the time. Wonder what exactly did you stop your toe on?
Objection.
What an irrelevant question. You dishonored the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays. You tell her, really, who doesn't stop their toe every once in a while? You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is... Even the most subtle fluctuation in a person's psyche can clue us into the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Plus, if I back down now, who knows what new insult Simon will hurl my way. There is no choice left on what Wendo stopped his toe on by the door. What in the world might have been there then, but it's not there now. What? The tape is clearly not in place. And there's what the hell? The TV is that a TV wire? Maybe it's that one?
Take that.
Let's take a good look at this photo of this crime scene. Oh, got it. Hopefully. Do you see it? This long track that goes from the door all the way across the room. Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting tracked. The track mark ends. That TV. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that the TV is the object that the witness stopped his toe on. Well, Wendo, how about it? Yes, you're right. It was the TV. 10%, one more. There, the noise level dropped again. Yes, I stopped my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? Well, the noise went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet. Which means he's still hiding something. Okay, then let's try this tactic instead. Wendo, why was the TV moved there? Shisho must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to pump it into it again, so put it back where it belonged. Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV. That's right, it's a closed circuit monitor that shows the stage. Okay. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of the place, and I still haven't gotten to the noise level down to 0 yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy. This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother. Sorry. I'm in no mood to play a nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the soba shop. Hoi, Wendo. Here's a curiosity for you. This table master tornado is slumped over. It looks like it was moved. Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back? Oh my, yes, you're right. The TV hit the table and the Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shisho was dead. Oh, but how scared I was. I see, thank you. We are finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered, but I wager you need to put the spurs to end just a trifle longer. Right. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Wendo, what you said just now about discovering your master's dead? Master's dead. Could you please describe all of that again for the court in detail? Alright. But before you do, let me just block in the latest information. Okay. Info update. TV. I tried to enter the room, but stopped my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shisho was dead. Seeing him slump over desk, come out the tables. Oh, Shisho. Wait. That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again? What was it that surprised you, Endo, besides your master's death? What do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? Search me, you little thingy. Must have made a mistake.
Silence.
The girl is as sharp as a trout, you to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotion is absolute. Now get to remembering, Uendo, what was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? Well, 100? No, we pushed him too hard, and now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control. Out of control? Care to explain how that's irrelevant? You know how normally I listen for this hidden emotion in a witness's voice, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions. Sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it too hard to get a proper reading. That's how your Matrix Merogram works. Fascinating. Ordinarily, just one emotion that runs out of control. It seems there's nothing ordinary about this time. Okay. I knew it. What's good? What's got your knickers all in a bunch now? Wendo has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this ever. So how does one bring a situation like this back under control? I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. Okay, bro. And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? Alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Okay, I think I know. Right? This is where it started. I get it now. The cards were at the root of it all. You saw the original cards. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The die message that was left at the scene of the crime is what was causing your distress. And if the die message was the cause of all those feelings, then that means the phrase Arwen Ford must mean something to you. Bye-bye. There, noise level 0 finally. The die message consists of 2 words, Arwen and Ford. But neither of these 2 words have anything to do with this weakness. This topic warrants no further argument. Sure, there may not seem to be any direct connection between Uendo and the message for now, but why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory? I trust you hit up on something, Athena. Yep, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Uendo and the mysterious Alvin Ford. Well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now, please share your theory with the court, Miss Sykes. There was something puzzling to me about Uendo's out-of-control emotion just now. Namely that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I had never seen that before and I wondered how it could be possible. Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours? Hold your horses, I'm getting there. So, could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such an intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't impossible. So that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it for the old man up here on the bench. Your Honor, my theory is that Uendo is a robot, has a supernatural powers, has a multiple personalities. It's either... yeah, it has to be this, right? Psychology too. With so many distinct personas, it's clear to me that Uendo has this dissociative identity disorder. What does that even mean? Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial as a child's chest. Multiple personality disorder, a preposterous proportion indeed. Would you not agree, witness? How did she know? How did she figure it out? Porkunga! I can't believe it. I did it. I did, Simon. I read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself. Blimey, Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as a different personalities? Hey, you lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No, no problem at all. This is all very hard to believe, but now that we have established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to this court? Uendo Tornado, I'm a Rakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello everybody, Patches, the friendly jester here, hehe. Kisegawa, courtesan. And is that all of you? Alvin! Yes, that's all of us. So there are 3 personalities in total, Uendo, Patches, and Kisegawa, huh? Well, Simon, what do you think? No, this has to be the 4th one. That you're one lucky duck, just be glad they were dense enough to help you out. Can you just straight up say I did great for a change? You appear to be quite proud of yourself, defense. But all you have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know that there are 3 personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation? Oh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you are talking about, Miss Sykes? Maybe what we know about Uendo and his personalities, this now makes perfect sense. It's gotta be this one, Alvin, right? The Karuta cards? That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message they left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Alvin Ford could have possibly meant. But now, with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Alvin Ford actually means a secret 4th personality of Uendo's? A personality named Alvin? What? Porkunga! Uendo must have kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept our disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. We were taking advantage of our affliction to act our various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well, Our reputation as a Rakugo artist would be tarnished, as would the tornado name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone except members of the Tornado School. Really, there's no fourth personality, it's just the three of us in here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Is Prosecutor Satmari actually agreeing with us? However, is it not also possible that the accused killed Master Tornado? And then left a message in order to frame the witness? And upon noticing the cards when he found the victim's body, Wendo rearranged them.
Silence!
A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside the Tornado School knew about Wendo's multiple personalities. Wendo just finished saying so himself. That is a true but ultimately meaningless point. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 to 3 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery?
Objection!
That brings shit memories of Yuri. Yuri forgotten Prosecutor Black Quill's testimony? Simon's testimony? Oh. Maybe it was Rakugo, you know. Who did the Rakugo sound was Oven. That's right. Until just a few moments before Wendo entered the dressing room, Typhoon Tornado was confirmed to still be alive. Not only that, but Wendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. Bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members. Oh no. I also heard that this Rakugo performance that day was a steamy pile of... Well, you get the picture. Shit. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really stunk up the stage. I did. And yet I have a perfect alibi. Indeed, why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi witness? Okay, dokie, Smokey. I was on stage until just moments before I went into a dressing room. Shit. The entire audience was my witness. My performance was a huge bust, not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Wendo was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it all go, defense, and move on. Well, get this, Prosecutor Satmari. The right entity agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Pfeh. Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on. And allow me to say once more. I'm never giving up. Let it go and... Never! This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. Oh no, anything but this. Here. Yeah. What's the big idea, Prosecutor Satmari? That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. You're now a bit more inclined to give up as instructed. As if... In that case, you must require another dose. Not bloody likely. I don't give two flips about your beliefs. If Sexton over to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat good soba anymore. That's right. For Mr. Weed's future and Prosecutor Blackwood's stomach, I will never give up. You will rule those words defense of that I can assure you. Let's see what's the stage. Was it fast? Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was my performance or if it was just that particular audience. Maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer I know knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into this bit more. The number of audience members, what Rendo performed. Could you tell me which Rakugo story you perform? Good, but I'm not sure if it mean anything to the uninitiated. Well, even if I might not get it, can't you at least try me? Alright, if you insist. The story I perform is called Tokisoba. Hey, isn't that... What am I supposed to do? Hey! Hey! Gale was supposed to... Soba glutton. Time Soba, huh? Maybe when it's right, he's only said the name of the routine and I'm already lost. Ah, so you performed Time Soba, did you? What? You know it, Sparsaku Satmari? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. Must say defense you would do well to prepare for your next trial. Simon, what's Time Soba about? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How you doing, sir? What can I get for ya? I see you got some seaweed topped hanamaki soba and mixed. I'll have a bowl of shippoku, my good man. It sure is cold tonight, isn't it? But there's nothing like a hot bowl of noodles and soup to warm the soul. You know it, sir. One shippoku coming right up. So, how's business? That's so great, sir. Is that so? Well, that's great, because things can only get better from here, right? Wow, prosecutor there. The customer talks on and like this. Hey, hey, hey. Finally, when he's done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. I see, sorry, but I only have small change. So about to warm the soul, it's not the El Famoso doctor who reconverted the noodle shop. The noodle shop! It's 9, sir. 10, 11. Okay, stop, please. The hell is this? I don't get it. What was so funny about that? See, don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then just after counting 8, he asked about the time. And the soba vendor answered with 9. Oh, now I get it. He made the vendor say 9 and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly, he cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continued with another man who saw the whole thing and tried to do the same. But he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than the 16 mon for his soba. The story ends on that as the punchline. You can look up the rest of the details yourself. Or, I'm sure Prosecutor Satmang over there would love to perform it for you after court. So basically, it's a story about a man cheating on his soba bill. That's kind of petty, isn't it? Is that really all you have to say about this classic story? Time Soba is such a well-known staple of Rakugo that the skill of the... Fine, so you studied a lot. I'm having the time for lecture detail right now. Prosecutor Satmang! Oh, I wanted to hear a little more, but I suppose it's off topic. Getting back to the matter of hand, Miss Lex, the witness stated that the story I performed is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement to his testimony? Yes, have it added. Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to have it added. Very well. Okay.
Objection!
Wendo, isn't there something odd about the routine you perform? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd.
Objection!
Objection. Objection. We are discussing the witness alibi at the moment, defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Satmari. The reason being, it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Wendell, do you know what this is? No, what is it? This is an invitation to the show sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Black Quill. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states the time soba was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. No. Wendell, why did you stop performing the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... How do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. Prank? That's right. That's just a little joke, you see. Just a prank, bro. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. I don't know if I buy that. I was doing the victim routine really just for laughs, or hey, the Simons happened to hear Time Soba coming from the dressing room during the Windows performance on stage. Seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be? What's the matter? You look like you have a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. Stop comparing me to birds. Then seize this bird brain timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance. Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here goes. It looks like Wendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case. Are you referring to the Soba bill the man tried to scheme me on in the witness's story? I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, but then what are you talking about, Miss Sykes? What Winner may have been trying to do is deceive us about the time of the victim's death, I think. Winner tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death. What?
Objection.
What gibberish? Prosecutor Black Ribbon testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Keiru had been completely taken in. You mean by the Soba building? Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor? I was deceived? Pray tell, how did Wendell manage to deceive two people while he was performing on stage? That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room. Oh, and what might that be? I know. The TV. TV was used to be what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Black Cube, when you came to the dressing room, what was Wendell doing? He was performing Time Soba. Blast creepy? That's right. Yes, it could, and it was. What you and Keiru heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Uendo's performance as heard through these TV monitor speakers. What? With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside. Because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform Time Soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time rehearsing. Yes, your knowledge of today's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to the Master Tornado? With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. Because I heard Time Soba, I just assumed it was Master Tornado. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game.
Objection.
All of that is a mere conjecture. Where is your proof, defense?
Objection!
Wendell moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door. Because then someone might figure out the trick he'd been playing. And there's one more thing about the Wendell's action that's suspicious. And that is the fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion. What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know. But I believe that this time it was intentional. Because Wendell knew it'd be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room. Oh my! Yipes! We got him. It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice Prosecutor Black Quill and Keiru heard was due to Wendell's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Wendo could have killed Master Tornado himself. We got you by the stones now, Wendo, so you better confess everything. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? We demand an explanation. Wendo! I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. Is it the defense's claim that Wendo Tornado is the true murderer in this case? If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect. Now, wait just a 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. What? If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you. What could it be this time? Wendo had absolutely no reason to murder Typhoon Tornado. After all, why would Wendo kill the man who recognized his skills and promoted him? Well, his motive was, I can't think of a single thing. It appears you are also not aware of one other fact. And that is that the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. Is it not natural then to suppose that the accused killed the victim at that time? What? Nobody told me Mr. Reed had also gone there before 4 p.m. We were only discussing the time frame after the 4 p.m. so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant, I don't like where this is going. So you really do not know what your client was doing during that time frame, do you? Not at all. Well, it was all very silent and why did you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon? Don't you give me that look. And just so you know, Baki never told me he had visited the master before 4 p.m. either. This sort of thing is exactly why that prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared. Defense will stop squabbling in this instant. Sorry, Your Honor. Prosecutor Satmari, please continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Defense, you know of the Soba making implements in the dressing room, correct? Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles? You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water. The long rolling pin and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely, these tools all came from the accused soba shop. You mean they didn't belong to Master Tornado? Mr. Reed had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba making lesson. That visit before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles. Committed the act of murder? But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. Reed killed the victim before 4 p.m. Why would he return to that room at a later time? Oh no. Ooh, Skater. Shield Sopa 680. Bet Sopa your kid and Kapudo when it comes to noodles. Oh my. Hiya, Miss Chickadee. Hiya, Saimi. The reason I went back is cause Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Mr. Reed. Yesterday, I brought noodle making tools to the dressing room at around 2 p.m. Thus, when Master Tornado ordered uncooked soba noodles stocked up on... Uncooked noodles to stock up on? Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more. One serving of noodles in the fridge, but I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important now. You ran into me and Keiru when you came back to deliver the uncooked soba, correct? That's right, Saimi. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called to him from the inner doorway. Just kept mumbling Rakugo lines for ages, so I got mad and went back to my soba shop. Ah, so that's why you got mad. What he's saying is true, then there's no way he could have been the murderer. I swear I'm telling you the truth, Miss Chica. Bailey, quick, get this man to the infirmary. Well, I dare say he's quite the handful. Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Reed made just now into evidence.
Objection.
I believe the accused statement about going to the room at around 2 p.m. is true, for it falls within the victim's estimated time of death. That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4 p.m. That's some critical information. Yes, Your Honor. But other than that one point, Mr. Reed's statements are dubious and without proof.
Objection!
But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here. He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit. Now what do I do? I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward to a twilight realm.
Silence.
What are you hammering on about, Prosecutor Sat Monk? We still have something we need to question Wendo about. We do? Like what? But don't just stand there. What, we don't have any evidence left to present. Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question? A hidden witness? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet. Oh? And what is this bit of unfinished business? We haven't finished discussing this issue related to Wendo. Oven! We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality to one named Oven. Are you suggesting that this fourth personality of Wendo's might be the true culprit? Jeez, not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this Oven. Look, Wendo, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Oven may be one, for all we know. Come clean now, Wendo. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you? Please tell us everything you know about Oven. That's enough! The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Oven's character. Bravo, you tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Oven when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent for however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor witness. You will be tainted with his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is? I exercise my right to remain silent. What's this now? Changing process in midstream, are you? Shut up. I will remain silent and that's it. Patches, you fool. You stay out of this. Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box that you call a knocking, is he? The fact that he switches from I don't know any Oven to I will remain silent is proof that he does know about Oven. There it is again. Simon's formidable psychological manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today.
Objection.
You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor, you were leading the witness. Witness, there's no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning.
Objection!
Your Honor, the one is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Oven. I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Oven for us. Very well. I will allow the defense to proceed. Falkunka. Never met any personality named Oven. My actions past just blurting out nonsense in a panic. They're always aware, so we definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. Right, liar. How dare you treat me like a criminal based on my mere conjecture? Well, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities? Unless you can prove the existence of Alvin here, it's all over. You best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head on. Alright, I will. Stop piling the pressure on me. I have to throw out some info, anything, to drag Alvin out into the open. Okay.
Hold it!
But what if for some reason you 3 were unconscious at the time of the incident? The 3 of you weren't alert and aware what would have happened. What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you 3 share the same memories, right? But what if Alvin is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? This is just like Moon Knight. This guy is just like Moon Knight. Oscar Isaac. Maybe Alvin emerges when the 3 of you are unaware of or unconscious.
Objection.
Instead of speaking as if this 4th personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first. Well, we have already seen the 3 personalities. A 4th won't be a stretch. You should not the victim and discord by jumping to such conclusion without proof. Have you ever heard these old sayings, prosecutor Satmati? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see number 1, there are likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Comparing us to cockroaches? Do we bug you that much, girly? But how do you intend to prove it? How will you prove that all 3 personalities became unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all of this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Wendell and the others unconscious. Someone's right, I can't back down now. For my client, Mr. Weed, I have to... Wait, Mr. Weed. Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular Philadelphia noodles. When I'm fresh like my soap, but now let's just show about the 3 freshes. Grind the buck with seeds fresh, cut that down fresh. Mr. Weed falling unconscious. Wait a minute, I think I got it. Mr. Sykes? Yes? The trunk? Venus? Is it? In that case, please point out what supports your theory. Got wind to lose consciousness. Is it this one? Alcohol? It's probably what made Window lose consciousness. Ah yes, the sake. Sake! Isn't it just like Master Tornado to pick a fine brand like Camel? Sake. Oh, you mean rice wine? Sake. Sake. Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated, and it's not even wine. Silly girl. I must agree, you need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato. It's made of rice, and people get drunk from drinking it, right? Tomato. It's called sake, end of story. Fine, sake it is then. Ay, caramba. Everybody's so touchy about these things. I recall Master Tornado would often have a drink or 2 before performing. It still made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. And look, there were 2 glasses on the table. And when I believe your master offered you some sake. And then you must have drunk too much and passed out. That's when your 4th personality Alvin emerged. I drank sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept our Circury's red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no, thank you to that. Believe it or not, we are real weak when it comes to booze. We are tiny trap to knock us right out. Tiny, okay. So you see, I had a sweet Manchu bun, but I didn't drink any sake. What? But that can't be right. The defense demands that the classes be examined right away. You amateur, did you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale. Don't tell me. There was no traces of the witness having touched either of the classes naturally. Right, of course. Miss Sykes, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony? Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well. I had a sweet Manchu bun, I didn't drink any sake. Is a Manchu bun half-eaten Manchu bun? What if it's like a... Resting, do not disturb. Oh! The Manchu box is camel based.
Objection!
It's just what most likely made Uendo lose consciousness. That note. Are you feeling lightheaded, child, or perhaps a bit peckish? I'm not hungry, my head feels just fine, thank you very much. And I'm pretty sure the camel brand too, you know, the camel brand in the sake bottle too. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it? And the camel, it has alcohol on it, doesn't it? The camel brand. What exactly is your point, defense? This faint design here reminds me of the paper form. Yup, it's a piece of wrapping paper on the box of Manchu Punch, but the victim on the floor. Wendo, you might not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you are aware of it or not, Wendo, but I believe the Manchu you ate caused you to fall unconscious. The bean bun? But how? Because those buns contain a secret ingredient. Very punchy secret ingredient at that. A punchy secret ingredient? Yes. The design on the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room. It does?
Take that!
The camel pattern? It's the same as the one for camel brand sake. So you just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se, but he did eat some. Impossible. Uendo had a camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients. So defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Oven to emerge. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly what I'm claiming. But there's one thing that bothers me. Wouldn't the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed? In order to give them a stronger flavor, some Manchu are specifically made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible. What kind of lightweight do you think I am? I mean, I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple Manchu. And how about we test the theory? What do you say, Your Honor? Seeing is believing, as they say. Very well, I will allow a test. Thank you. Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy us some camel Manchu on the double. Don't forget to get me one too, okay? Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackquill, you will get one for me as well. Chih, I'm not the courthouse's table boy, you know. But just this once. Likewise. Taka, I'm counting on you. And all of you had better pay me back. Oh, but I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackquill. What a shame. Now that has adjourned until the Manchu arrived by Carrier Hawk. Court will now reconvene as soon as Taka returns. Now that Sweet Pie has arrived, this court is back in session. Go on, Wendo, eat up. Yeah. Chop, chop. Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. That's delicious. Yes, a unique sweetness and the faint aroma of sake. Yet I hardly think that anyone could pass up from eating something like this. What's the matter, Wendo? You're not afraid of a tiny manchu, are you? Or are you scared of how many calories it has? Don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly. I mean, could never. Less plating, more eating, witness. Fine, whatever. Chomp, chomp, goop. See? I told you. Hey, don't affect me in the slightest. We might be a lightweight. But come on. Nobody's that light. Seriously, nobody gets strung off of one little bond. Here it comes. Oven, right? Here he comes. Hey, Oven. It looks like it worked. Oh my, witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. Oh. Oh. My name is Oven. I'm 5. You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. Oh. So he's Owendo's fourth personality. I hardly think a child like him could have a motive for to murder the victim. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That's a very good point. Oven does appear to be a very timid one. Weak? Oof. Seems the defense was hoping this hidden personality would be the real killer. And now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of Owendo's personalities can be the killer. Where can I even go from here? Shisho. Oven, do you know something about what happened to Jewish master? Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? What a scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at the auntie's big smile. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Okay. Shisho was super nice. He always played with me. Just like a real grandpa. I loved Shisho. Athena, do you sense anything behind his words? Sense his sadness so pure it's hard trending, but no discord. Prosecutor Satmari is right. Oven isn't the killer. But then, don't you find it odd? Find what odd? Let's review what we have learned so far. Wendo rearranged the Karuta cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Well, that's because the original message implicated Oven. But Oven is only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado. Exactly, the other 3 personalities also have no motive for murder. If Oven isn't the true culprit, then the person who first laid out their cards probably wouldn't have been the Master Tornado. So then who did it? Defense? Did the appearance of Oven help you figure out anything out? Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the Karuta cards. But I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The one who first arranged the Karuta cards on the table was none other than the 5th personality. The true killer? I believe that the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed the Typhoon Tornado. How quickly you move on to a new topic when you Oven theory proves false. You Polkunan! I don't know what a Polkunan is, but I know I am definitely not one. Before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. But if you are bluffing, I won't go easy on you. Understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Karuta cards name when the scene was discovered? Let's see. Did they implicate the defendant Bucky Reed? That's right, but we then found out that the message originally read Alvin Ford. Which implicated the young boy Alvin. Exactly, and the person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly Wendo. Wendo may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. He's tampering with the crime scene using the TVO, but proves it. The reason Wendo rearranged the Karuta cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Alvin Ford message and was convinced Alvin had committed the crime. Right on, Prosecutor Blackwell. It would seem that Alvin and the other three personalities don't share the same memories. Wendo feared that Alvin had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Alvin from us. But it turns out Alvin is about a 5-year-old child incapable of piloting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So naturally, the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Alvin. I see. That does make sense.
Objection.
We have a bathroom break. This is about conjecture composed of hard truth and fantasy. Who then will remain murdered? The victim. I believe Alvin might know something about that.
Objection.
I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony from a 5-year-old, no less. Such a child is incapable of producing anything coherent.
Objection!
But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize when it's calm. When it's time to let it go, and I saw it. I saw Shisho killing. Alvin, you do know something, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, is this true? If so, we must have Alvin testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Satmari? It's alright, Alvin. Go ahead and tell us what you know. She was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. This eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Alvin, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. Oh, so scared. Alvin, his emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is he alright? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend a therapy session right away. I see, yes. Please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. Will do, Your Honor. I better find the cause of these out of control emotions pronto. Okay. We're standing with a knife in his hand. The hell? Maybe it's this blood. Blood, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, blood was dripping down onto Chisho's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As expected, all we managed to obtain from this child is a cellar he dreamt up. I guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset kid right now, so who knows how accurate his memory is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. Huh? What thing? That thing that you and your cohorts do. What do you mean call it? Rotate your thinking about? Oh, you mean turn your thinking around? Yes, whatever. It's the same thing either way. No, it isn't. Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is... Hey, wait a minute. Rotate? Upside down? What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate just might work perfectly enough after all. Come again? All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been... doing a handstand? Rotate it, then lie on the floor. Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed the master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all of the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And... this means Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery. And which mystery is that? The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could have happened if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding onto Master Tornado from somewhere up above him. I remember now. Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. Somebody, huh? So trying to recall his master's balladic kill is what spooked over Omen. So if it's not, you know, Uendo Tornado, is it this lady then? Maybe it is Keiru Tornado. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked his attackers as he was fighting back. This means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face, then yes. I see, so that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? Oh no, he has. An injury of Mr. Red. But what about she though, you know? The neck perhaps, you know? The nose? Who knows? It's a conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No. Even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further in suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you? But it looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both motive and opportunity. Plus, he has that injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on. Well, Miss Sykes? I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, that lawyer did her best, but all of the signs point to the defendant's guilt. Maybe it's time she gave up. She tried everything she could. I really, really don't want to back down, but...
Silence.
Athena, are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that. It's just... You remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? Believing you in the very end. Athena, Athena. Were those just empty words? Oh, of course not. It's just that all the cards are stacked against us. Are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead? Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again. Who are you, Tsubaki? I'm his Miss Chikadi lawyer. And do your duty and believe in him until the very end. I will. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer and he's depending on me. Defense team, please, no fighting in my courtroom. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackwood was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, prosecutor. I didn't do it for you, it sucks. For your sake. I did it for the future of Vet Soba. Yeah, I got it. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session. Okay. So somebody was sitting on top of that Shisho, bleeding from their head and smooshing something into Shisho's face. That's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice, balances and inconsistencies between his statements and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself either. Smooshing. Ah, so that's it, huh? Did you figure something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. But there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence, you should be able to move forward from there. Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. Smooshing? Oh, very deep. I just update the mood match with the new information and then we'll be ready to go. So I just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about, huh? It's gonna be do something with the smooshing. Smooshing? Smooshing. Show how to face and a knife. Yeah, this one, smooshing. I think I know what it is.
Objection!
Yeah, I was right. I think I know what it is. Let's put a name to the thing Owen's arsenal of us, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spied the murder weapon right here in this crime scene photo. Fortunately for you, I spy nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during the investigation either. Pray tell, where is this murder weapon you see? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. This is what the killer pressed into Master's tornado face. It's gonna be...
Take that!
The mystery person that Owen saw pressed a soft into victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I grow wary of your tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? The noodle would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree. Well, I disagree. There is a way that soba could have been used to suffocate the victim. What? You will explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes. To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with uncooked soba noodles. Boiled up, uncooked soba dough. The dough. Maybe? The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough. What? Order? Order in the court? Yes, soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone who couldn't it. Are you alright, Prosecutor Satmari? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice thanks to the foolish lawyer before me. Huh? What are you talking about? Allow me to summarize your statement. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim, which was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the sopa dough into noodles. Why you smarmy? Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into a bowl of sopa noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. There you have it, the true sequence of the events behind this foul affair. Now, wait just a minute. Everyone said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. Wait? Who but the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles, defense? Yeah. That's a very good point, Prosecutor Satmari. I heard that cutting sopa dough into uniform noodles requires considerable retraining. But then what about the dye message? How do you explain that? The defendant wouldn't have known about Owen's personality. Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards and they hold no other meaning. It's pretty easy to make noodles, right? It's pretty easy to make noodles, man. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in just sometime before his murder. That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. It appears we have arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taking together all of these points, I paint a convincing picture of the defendant killed.
Hold it!
Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? It doesn't matter how small of a detail, anything will do. Oh, you're scaring me. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie, I think I didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Owen, you saw the killer's face? Oops, I did it again. So who was it, Owen? You remember? Oh, I don't know who it was. I'm picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice it to say, we are analyzing the dreams of a child. You have wasted enough of our time, defense. Let's go and move on. No, there's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here. Owen, do you think you can continue testimony for us? Okay. I'll enter the new info and I'll run an update then. Okay, let's see. Yusho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. Info update. Was on the floor and somebody was smooshing dough into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. When I woke up. Okay. Why would he be happy? Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, I will experience a positive feeling, one of relief. The person the witness saw was no stranger, but rather was the accused. Therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Defense end this madness and sully your soul no more. Owen, wow, who did you see? That nice smell? I love the smell of that perfume. Okay, I know who it is. We know who it is now. It's that lady, the booba lady. It's the smell of a You can do it. Try to remember, Owen. It's the woman. The smell of Owen. It's the pink hair lady. The booby lady. It's gonna be the booby lady. Since Owen is now resting in the infirmary, they suddenly have their hands full today down there. Let's continue with the trial. Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true culprit. Indeed. But there are thousands of perfumes in the world. It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses. He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. Why couldn't you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such a precision is the accused and no other. Oh man, how am I supposed to argue with that? And so, the person Alvin saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused Bucky Weed. Who said holding? What the? Hey. I never use hair products or anything with a smell. If I wore something like that, the smell get into soba. Boom, check it. Is he drunk? He's very drunk. He's very drunk. Mr. Reed, aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You think I let my soba stink out perfume? Try that shield soba for yourself and see. I believe we have no choice but to try it, strictly for examination purposes, of course. Now then, let's dig in, shall we? That was delightful. Ahem. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfumes in Mr. Reed's soba. Fresh sweet peat buns, and now savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been. This texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Korean called panupoon. What you think, Miss Chikati? My soba is pretty good, isn't it? It's delicious, don't you think so, Simon? Still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Simon, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Bailiff, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest. Rest? Hey, I ain't no love plain or really or udon dough, you know. I'm fresh like my soba, yet don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Grind the seed free. Lama, the judge had a feel on this trial. He sure did, man. He had an alcohol bun, you know, sake bun, and now and a soba. Good grief, what a defendant. At least, Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Oh, wait, smelly perfume? Alcohol level over 90,000. It looks like you remember something. That phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain somebody. There we go. Oh, and who might that be? There's only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of Keiru Tornado, obviously. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment defense, you would throw a suspicion on Keiru now because of its scent? Your Honor, there is no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent, but Keiru could have been at the crime scene. Yes, but you'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. How vulgar! His Honor is not interested in such things. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask Keiru some questions given the circumstances. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Thank you, Your Honor. Bokunga! Wow, sexual. Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tornado School of Rakugo back to the Encore for Encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Keiru Tornado. A 1, 2, balloon! What a wonderful balloon artistry. Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Boom, boing, boing. Actually, I called you back for more testimony. Back for more testimony. It's literally booba. The judge is like that. But I'm a little talk out. This case has left me completely deflated. What? You didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume. And very Pepega. And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm suspect? I'm a suspect now? Keiru, you knew about Arvind, right? Well, yes, Arvind played with him at Shisho's request. So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right? What? Just because I wear perfume? Wear perfume and no Arvind? Do you think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you? The witness is absolutely right. With no evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. It is outrageous of defense to accuse this woman. That's right, you don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand, Keiru. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Wait, just 1 minute. I may not have proof, but Arvind's testimony still. Enough! Please feel free to leave, Keiru. But I'm so close, there must be something I can do. Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Silence!
Oh, Keiru, you are an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing? Leaving halfway through? Eek! Oh! A bandage! Well. There's a bandage on Keiru's forehead. And since we know that Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere. Impossible! How did you know, Simon? I didn't, but I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation. Your Honor, Prosecutor Satmari. The scent of perfume and an injury on the forehead. These things are completely consistent with Arvind's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Arvind saw in the dressing room could have been Keiru. Miss Sykes. Does this mean you are formally indicting this witness for the murder of Typhoon Tornado? Should your accusation prove to be false, I hope you are prepared to pay the price in full. Simon, what price is he talking about? I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Satmang is saying he'll see to it you never stand in court of law again. Must say though, he knows how to make a trial interesting. Just whose side are you on, Simon? Go on, then. Into the deep end with you. You really have to have but one choice anyway. Well, Miss Sykes, I'm waiting. With regards to the witness, Keiru Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her, obviously. There's no reason for me to hold back, not if I really believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Keiru Tornado for the murder of Typhoon Tornado. I have tried to be merciful, but now not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision. In the pit of hell. Except I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Weed. It was Keiru Tornado! That manages just from a silly slip-up I made while cooking yesterday. That's all. Cooking? Yes, cooking? How do you cook and have, Hello? And cut your forehead? What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself on the forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 PM, do you, Keiru? But I really know anything about what was wrong until Shisho was found dead. If you don't believe me, then wait a twisty twist. And Bloon, there you have it, and an adorable little kitty. How could you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me, Keiru, I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of the great Rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But Shisho told me to do balloon art instead. I guess the victim thought she had no talent as a Rakugo artist either. So you're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. Even the culprit in Owen's testimony shared these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for not little girls like you. With a twisty twist. I'm a cut you, witch. Go ahead and make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Oh my, is this yet another hidden personality? Simon, is everybody in the tornado school like this? How should I know? Alright. Yeah, I was in the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Oven were in there, but they were both snoring up on a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb them, you know. The perfume Oven smelled must have been left over from when I visited. So Gary's saying she went into the dressing room, but then left right away. Don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Now then, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Okay, let's see here.
Hold it!
Could you describe how they appeared? They were both stretched out on the floor, snoozing away. So sitting the victim up and over the table must have been the culprit's doing. After who couldn't stretch out on the floor if they could take a nap. Plus that matches up with that what Owen said in his testimony. If he was asleep, how could you tell it was Owen? How did you know it was an window? I've known the guy for ages. One look at his face and I know which one I'm dealing with. Ages? I see. Interesting.
Hold it!
Kick! Where did you find your master's note? I don't know, can't remember. Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was the sake and a half-eaten manchu at the table. Half-eaten manchu? I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Oh, of course it is. What do you think? And you didn't change anything around while you were in there? Ah. Let's see. I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling ya. I didn't say anything funny near Shisho. I didn't touch anything in the room. You boldness request that statement be added to Karu's testimony. Simon, what's a statement like that going to do for us? Just play along and you'll see soon enough. Ugh. I have no problem with that adding to that testimony, but how about you, Miss Sykes? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What is Simon thinking? You didn't touch anything, huh?
Objection!
You didn't touch anything, huh? Well. Scare. That scream, man. Gary, you said that you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right. What about it? Hydrate? We hydrate. Then I wondered who left that dying message with the Karuta cards. What are you going on about? It had to be that Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible. Because only 3 people knew of Uendo's personalities. Uendo, your master, and you! If Bucky had left that Karuta message, he wouldn't have spelled out Oven, who has spelled out Uendo. What it boils down to is this: as a member of the Tornado School, you, Karu Tornado, are the only one who could have left that die message. And as the person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. Will you ever quit yapping?
Objection!
You are like wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me to cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth. Would you quit butting in when everything starts to go my way? Oh. Silence, child. Playtime is over. What did you just say? As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Kaoru to leave at once. Kaoru, would you please relate said reason to the court. There was a reason why Keiru had to leave the dressing room. Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, cause here it comes. What the heck? Your hand is all swollen and red. What happened, Keiru? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. What? She's allergic? Allergic to reaction to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side. With Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room, Keiru is lucky to still be alive considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air. Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. I thought she saw as he was being carried away, and look what they did to my poor hands. No, that's not it. You are the one who, smacked the dough on his face. That's why you have the reaction, you bitch. There must have been a soba broth on his clothes or something. If I had inhaled any of that soba flour, I'd had a seizure, and it'd been a good night, Keiru. I never could have stayed in that dressing room for very long. A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flour in the air, and certainly couldn't have used soba dough as a murder weapon either. This isn't good. You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned her allergy. As if I would do anything to underhand it. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of the witness. I'm sick of all of these accusations. Why don't I just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah? Okay. If I come into a slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. With that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been a soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. I still believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon? Does look like I knew. Protect the privacy of the witness by food. What a dirty trick. Now what do we do? There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Satmang to shame with your cross-examination. Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down. Let's see here. You're not lying about this soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not. I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can even get your doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I had this allergy for as long as I can remember, but I never dreamt in a million years it cleared me of murder. And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot. Yes, Your Honor. This woman is the killer, man. I'll give you that there was quite a bit of flour scattered about in that dressing room. But you went in to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soba making tools were right there. I better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. You still could have committed this crime if you held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jeez. Get a grip, will ya? Maybe there's a twist here, like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba. You kidding? Bring my little child Jukemu in here and I'll hug and squeeze. I'm like there's no tomorrow. Him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling you, I have a genuine, honest, glutinous soba allergy. Defense, the witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless. You heard the man, lawyer girl. Alright, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it though. Probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho. I have a question about that actually. You're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh. Touching the soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? While I'm amateur. I'm sorry, do I look like a doctor to you? Look, anything that has soba in it or anything that has touched soba is like a poison to me.
Hold it!
So I just want to cover all my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room?
Objection.
That is out of question. But I've been asking you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree. The defense can't go around suggesting new perma size without basis. Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone. Okay. Keru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. Yeah. What would Mr. Wright do at a time like this? Forget. There's only one thing to do. What are you smiling about? Has the pressure overwhelmed you? Nope. It's just the worst of the times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see you have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left to you is to smile. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Keru, who is allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Keru could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction instead. Okay? Let me rest. If I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles? Udon noodles! But I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest? Udon noodles. Udon is different though. It's not regular, right? Udon noodles. That could work. It appears to have been written by the victim. Wait. If I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles, but I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. Ah, resting do not disturb for the udon. I mean, not yeah, right? The regular. Yeah. Allow me to read it. Resting do not disturb. Hey, I think I get it. I think I got it. I think I got it, baby. I think I got it. Mon Dieu! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Keru could have committed this crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts. Oh yeah, let's see! Let me sucks. If you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. True, I can't overturn facts, but what if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? Got our facts wrong? What are you talking about? Now. And which piece of evidence do you mean to Miss Sykes? Please point it out to this court. This one. It's not... It's Master Tornado's note? Is there a note? Very preposterous? What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note. Its true meaning... This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed. But rather, it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it. Wait a minute, Athena, that doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you don't let soba dough rest. What's all this jibber jabber got to do with anything? This is it, the home stretch. This note and Mr. Reed's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Tornado was making udon noodles. The victim, Typhoon Tornado, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Bakunga! That lower layer of flour in the dressing room was in soba flour. A plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually, it was totally possible for Keiru to be in that room and kill her master. What? But if that's true, it changes everything. Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately. But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Keiru didn't have a reaction on her hand. How do you explain those things? Well, it's easy, you fucking idiot! It's not a fucking soba noodle! Even with udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Keiru committed the crime. What? Don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward or you'll feel my blade at your back. Enough with the threats already. I got it. Talk about pressure. Alright, Athena. Take a deep breath and go over everything again. Alright. I'm going to visualize the case from the start to finish. After finding conclusive evidence that Keiru committed this murder. What was Tsunoya making in his dressing room? Udon. But my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. Something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was finding the ball on the table? It was soba. The soba in the ball, yep. Even though Master wasn't making soba noodles were found at the scene. So that means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. Wait a minute, one mysterious serving of soba noodles? That sounds familiar. Where did the soba in the bowl at the table come from? Oh, the master soba stock. The soba noodle found at the scene from the master's stock of uncooked noodles. But then why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? Why did the culprit cook the soba noodles and put them in the bowl? To hide the udon dough. She likes udon. Culprit wanted to hide the udon dough. Soba was found at the scene. That means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. Why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? It must have been because... What, a fireball? Because... It must have been because she killed him with the udon dough. She will fire a fireball from her mouth. That's it. The udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Keiru got rid of the dough somehow. And I know how. I think I know how. Feeding her duck a number of dumplings. But hey, the duck birthed his leftovers in the yard. So, there we go. The yard. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Keiru's guilt. Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think that would prove she's the one? Please recall Aben's eyewitness testimony because Keiru's Satmari. The injury on Keiru's forehead was caused by the victim's knife. Then Keiru's blood must have dripped down under the dough used as the murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, would you agree? But where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Well, it's... If I can find the answer in the evidence I have on hand, we'll lose this trial. So can't you get rid of the udon dough? Come on. Tina, what do I have at that point to suspicious behavior on Keiru's part? Now then, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? In the backyard! Nice parking you did there. I assume you have the bite to back it up. Stop distracting me, especially not right now. You said too, you know? Look at that hint too there. Nice barking you did there. I assume you have the bite to back it up. Literally a hint.
Take that!
Keiru. Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Stuff that cute act in your balloon hat. Keiru got rid of the doll she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did right in front of Prosecutor Blackbeard's nose, by feeding it to her dog. No, I Of course, now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Keiru, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Shukemu more than he could possibly finish. Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now. And what should the police at the theater be looking for exactly? Shukemu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Keiru made out of the udon dough with her blood on it. God, yeah. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. What are you blathering about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case of Athena. You got it. Keiru, do you remember what you said would happen when the truth is finally revealed? Your balloon's gonna be pop. Well, now the truth is out, and it looks like to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. Bum 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 bum. Bye bye. Polokunga! I'm a Rakugo artist. KO! I was the one who was supposed to inherit that name. But then Shisho. Oh. Why are my balloons bursting? Daddy, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl. Oh! Wait. Were her boobs fake? Booba fake! She's a flat! Are you ready to tell us everything now, Keiru? The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? You don't mean Ueno Tornado? I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that I prefer Athena. Oi! If I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisho wanted, I inherit the name someday. But Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah. That's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show, celebrating the name succession. So that was your entire motive? I doubt anybody else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? Because I wanted to pay Ueno back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show where all the Tornado fans were gathered. But then Ueno tried to shift the blame onto Pakiwit. Now we know the whole story. There's just one more thing I want to know. Did you know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. It was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. So it was a premeditated crime, but in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. Then, the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the sopa in the refrigerator with your bare hands? When you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death? Yeah. By that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Keiru, how could you do all this, you idiot? Keiru, Can't you decide to inherit your father's name? But what you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart? Given anything to add, Prosecutor Satmari? Any objections? No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, that's the first time he's used my name. I shall. Be sure to remember your name. Really? It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary. Thanks. That's all I asked for, Prosecutor Satmari. Looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. Ah, good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Bucky Weed. He's not drunk anymore. Yeah, he's finally sober. This court is adjourned. Well, congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you were found innocent. Thanks for everything, Miss Chickadee. But it still sucks that you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Wendo have it out for you or something? I don't think so. Wendo said it was as part of the moment idea he got when he saw the Soba team cards. Simon, where have you been? I stopped in at Wendo's questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim. No way, I almost forgot convicted out of convenience. Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buck up, Bucky. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why did Master Tornado let Keiru inherit her father's name? What do you mean, on a more important note, Miss Chickadee? Oh, don't be such a wet blanket. Just go with the flow, now come on. You think the Master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? Nah, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Keiru to find her own calling in life. To perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name or Rakugo. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her in her new endeavor. And that's why he called you to the theaters, huh? To teach him how to make udon. A more roundabout way I've never seen, but that's Master Tornado for you. This entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding? How sad. By the way, Keiru wasn't the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheer on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. What? You talking about me? Come on, no way. All that old man ever did was criticize my Soba. It's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tornado cared about him.
Take that!
Take a good look at Bucky, whose name is on there as the holder of this title deed. It's still my name. Master Tornado was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole this shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead. He probably used some tough love on you so that the shop wouldn't just go belly up. I see. I never knew. Oh, Master Tornado. I'm so sorry. Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations. Thanks, Simon, and you too, Miss Chickadee. One day, my sofa's gonna be so good it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I am the 4th generation owner of Pet Soba. Red noodle number 4. Well, I better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush. Hold on. Could I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee? Could you deliver a bowl of udon to Keiru on behalf of her master? You got it. I'll make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado would have packed in it too. Thank you. Well, I'll see you. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will, and I'll bring the whole agency with me. Do us all proud, Bucky. I'll have the best sopa in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out. It's nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? What if I level up any thanks to this case? Don't kid yourself. The trial would have been as spectacular and a half had I not been by your side. You don't know that. For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you are too full of weak points. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. Or you could just teach me your famous mind tricks, Simon. No. Way to shut someone down, and why not? Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. So it's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. Hey, what about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over your eyes by Uendo? What, do you remind me? How could I have known Uendo would do time soba? Hey, speaking of time soba, I just thought of something funny. Oh, goody, I can't wait. Okay, here it is in time soba. Why didn't Mon number 9 get counted? Come on, don't you know, Simon? How should I know? Because 789. Thank you, I'll be here. I'll be here all week. That I should have known. Come on, let's go get sopa or something and go home. 789, you treat. I'll treat you to 50% off the tab, and don't forget you still owe me for that Manchu. Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt for you to pay up for me every once in a while, you know. Quit squawking, and start walking, Latina. Hey, wait for me! I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm going to get there someday. After all, I have inherited a passion for our courts and the law. The apex left fair, I can do this. The end. Turnabout Revolution. Is that Peux? It's Peel? Oh, Peel? Oh, that's Rafa! Dirk! Is that an anime show?
That's far enough.
No!
Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
Good people of Khurain, we can't allow things to go on like this. The Defense
DC Act.
Culpability Act has done nothing but produce
Yeah,
countless
yeah,
victims
what is
of
that
wrongful
red?
convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb.
The Founder's Orb?
And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Nice. Apollo Justice! And this concludes our report on the recent television hijacking incident in Khurain. But really, who could have anticipated such a surprising turn of events? Did you hear that, Polly? Someone hijacked the airways over there. It's like something out of movie. Out of a movie? Apollo? Yeah. Dirk, what are you up to this time? Wait a second. So you know the TV hijacker or something, Apollo? You could say that, but it was a long time ago. And why do you even know someone like that? I mean, they're calling him an insurgent. Yeah, about that. Hey now, is that any way to talk about the man who raised you? Huh? What the? He's here. Hey there, Apollo. Long time no see. How are you been, son? It's that guy that was on TV. Ha 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 ha. You're discharged. Surprised to see me, Apollo? I just beamed in from Khurain and boy, are my arms tired. This can't be happening. I must be dreaming, or hallucinating, or both. No, you're not Apollo. It's that TV hijacker slash insurgent in the flesh. Ready, race, Apollo? Yeah. Apollo and the prosecutor somebody, you know, they know each other. I'm so confused. Mr. Hijacker, sir, the prosecutor is this guy's son, or that dude's son, real son. And Mr. Hijacker, sir, I have so many questions. I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with a bit about the man who raised you. Wait, don't tell me you haven't told anyone about me, son. It's okay to brag about it. Tell everyone you are old man's me, the rebel Dirk. I mean, my face is all over TV these days. I'm practically a celebrity. Juicy, what do you say we close up early today? Eh, what? Why? Yeah, I thought Apollo was the part of... Yeah, it is. It is true. Apollo is the part of Juicy. Come on, son, we don't need for the cold shoulder. I'm confused. I know I'm gonna regret this part. I don't know much either, but we saw a picture Apollo as a kid in Kurain with this guy and the prosecutor. Sadmadhi as a kid. What do you want, Dirk? You just show up here without warning after all this time. What gives? Came out this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Well, okay, so maybe there's a little something I need your help with too, but... So there was with Truce's mother. No. At least I don't think so. No? Does he go with Truce's father? No, not like that. I don't think so, it's like that. Remember Apollo, didn't have any real parents until it was revealed, he was son of Truce's mother? But Apollo had, adopted parents. Remember that? So I think he's one of the adopted parents back then. The fact is, I came here to say you that's the honest truth. Yes, I think we established that. Speakers. Man, you haven't played this game, Roxas? I haven't seen him in 10 plus years and he's already asking for a favor. But who's Apollo's true father then? True father is the first husband of Truce's mother who died. The first husband. Then, then she remarried to Truce's bro. God damn it. I haven't seen him in 10 plus years and he started asking for a favor. So, Truce's father is Truce's father. But before Truce's mother married, Truce's father, she had a guy before Truce's father. And she had a baby with him. And that's how Apollo came. He really is a rebel in the purest sense. He just does whatever he pleases. Come on, Polly. I need details inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Hold your horses. First, I've got a few questions of my own. Dirk. Pleased to meet you, little lady. My name is Dirk Sadmadhi. See? Sadmadhi. I'm a rebel by trade. A rebel, but on TV they were calling you an insurgent. I wonder what will happen when Trucy and Apollo will know the truth. Well, that's to be known. TBD. To be determined. Which is it? Personally, I vow for a rebel with a cause, a rail, red head, egg for anyone in your way. Trucy? Ha. You got me there. I'm the head of the resistance group. The Divine Dragons, we are like the good, the bad, and the ugly, but without the good part. In Kurain, I'm like the boogeyman, and a tall tale parents used to spook their kids straight. That's too bad. You seem like you'd be a fun, cool guy to hang out with. This little lady is a real catch, son. I'm talking bright material, if you get my drift. Wait, what? Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing me, Dad. Here's a block you want, alright. Someone block me out of my misery. Insects is Winchester. Now about that man who raised you, business. Foster father. What did Mr. Dirk mean when he said that he's the man who raised you, Apollo? All incest hentaris imaginations going on. Very true. The truth is, I grew up in the kingdom of Kurain. Did I never mention that? Oh, so you grew up in Kurain? Wait, are you saying you're not from around here, Polly? No, it's just I was raised in Crane when I was really little. Still, that's a shocker. It's like I hardly know anything about you. How come you never told me? Apollo, you really haven't said a word about your past, have you? What? That I was raised by a wanted criminal? It's like a bad joke. It does sound rather melodramatic. I doubt anyone would even believe you. So you two haven't seen each other in a while, huh? You could say that. I bet it's been at least 10 years. Wow. That's a really long time. Yeah, well, I figured he'd forgotten about me. Not a chance. Just, well, starting a revolution takes time, and keeping it going even more so. Being a wanted man, I couldn't just hop on a plane to come say hello. I get it, it's fine, truth be told. It's weird having Dirk suddenly show up acting all paternal. I'd even almost forgotten about Corinne. No, that's not true. See? The big trip. Probably tried to forget about it on purpose. Now then, Mr. Dirk, what is it we can help you with? I need to get my hands on the Founder's Orb, the most secret treasure of Khura'in. That's where you come in. The Founder's Orb? Wait, but didn't you say you already have it in that podcast of yours? It's a lie. Don't go believing everything you see on TV, little lady. I haven't seen or height or hair of the Founder's Orb for some time. No way. So that was just a bluff? What are you going to do if you don't find it? I don't know. Guess that just means we have to find it, son. Because I can't really back down now, can I? Different year, the same old Dirk. It's all coming back to me now. Hold on. I think I read something about this in the newspaper a while back. Something about you guys stealing a sacred treasure from a temple's treasure room. That's a lot of crock. We didn't lay a finger on the orb. Really? Yes, baseless allegations, all of it. Our enemy has really found a way to keep us on our toes. Oh, so it's like a setup. That's the long and short of it. However, my compatriot has been hot on the orb's trail. Just the other day, his hard work finally paid off. We now know the Founder's Orb is in the Khura'in Village! Okay! Khura'in Village? Yes, I heard there are spirit mediums there. They even have direct relations with Khura'in. Spirit mediums? Right. Some doctor of the archaeology there supposedly has the orb. His name is Archie Buff. Archie Buff, my Defiant Dragon compatriot, has already made contact with him. Contact with him? Apparently someone asked the doctor to sell Ali the orb, so whoever asked him to do that is the real thief. Most likely. And you think this guy will just hand the orb over to you? My compatriot, Dots, says Dr. Buff has already promised to do so. Seems he knew it had been stolen and wanted to do the right thing. That's remember them running around with him when I was a kid. So he's here too, huh? Apollo, I want you to be present as my lawyer when I take a possession of the orb. Would you do that for me? Fine. Fine, but I charge my standard fee. Now tell me about the Founder's Orb. That is the real culprit, I'm sure. If I remember correctly, the Founder's is always depicted as a faceless spirit medium. Alright, let me have a bathroom break. What do you mean faceless? My image of the Founder, the Holy Mother of Khura'in, never show her face. To depict it is to commit the greatest taboo in the Khuranism. The greatest taboo, huh? I wonder why. I mean, what could she have looked like to make them hide her face like that? As for the Founder's Orb, it was discovered during an excavation 8 years ago. It has interesting legend that goes along with it. It's said that there's a riddle to the orb and that any of the who can solve it will receive immense spiritual power from the Founder herself. Sounds like one big fairy tale to me. In any case, it's just what us Defiant Dragons needs to get our revolution started. With it, we can gain the spiritual power and thus the legal authority to rule Khura'in. Wait, suppose I believe this legend, then anyone could become king or queen. And that's why you think it'll help you overthrow the Garan regime? Only the rulers of the Khura'in have ever laid eyes on the orb Apollo. A legendary treasure that bestows immense spiritual power. Doesn't that sound like something you'd want to see with your own 2 eyes? That does sound like just a tiny bit intriguing. Okay, none but those in the royal family have laid eyes on it. It's just about cover everything. Any other questions? Not right now. Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you a present. Eat up, son. Sushi? I figured you probably couldn't afford 3 square meals a day, so... Yay! I was just thinking it was time for lunch. You dig in too, little lady. After all, we're practically family, right? Thanks, Dad. Oh, that tuna looks good. Chomp. Num num num. This salmon sushi's got my name on it. Aren't you hungry, son? This is some of the best sushi you'll ever have. I'm good. Oh, well, okay then. Actually, I have one more present for you here. What's this? A picture of your father. Oh! It's been 23 years since he passed away. Huh? This is my father? His name was Jove Justice. Jove Justice! Joey? Love, yo. Haven't talked to you about your real father in some time, but as you know, he was a musician, a wandering misinterest in you will add, and a talented one at that. Why? Why are you giving this to me now? I thought it was sad you didn't know what your old man looked like. I searched high and low to find that one picture. What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you want it? I don't know. I mean, it's not like I've ever met the guy. But I went through all the trouble of finding it, so go on, take it. And don't ever let it go, you hear? Who died in Khura'in? Okay. Well, now that our bellies are full, what do you say we hit the road? 1 second. Hey, Trucy, any idea where Athena is? She left early this morning to pick up Daddy from the airport. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. White is coming back today. Yeah, but I wonder why he cut his trip short like that. Anyway, shouldn't they have been back by now? I mean, Athena, she probably got lost. Well, there's no point sitting around here waiting. Let's get going. Can't wait to see that super mysterious treasure. To Khura'in Village then. The Founder's Orbs awaits. Khura'in Village. So this is Khura'in, the mystical village of spirit channeling, and where ancient traditions come alive. Looks like a really peaceful place. Ah, I love the air here. Nothing beats the mountains, huh, Apollo? Come to think of it, we used to live way up in the mountains too, just like this. Sure brings back memories. Those were the days, the 3 of us living happily in peace. I still can't wrap my mind around it all, you know. That Mr. Dirk is not only Polly's daddy, but Prosecutor's son Marty's as well. And the way you two talk about it like it was nothing the whole boss right here, I guess it is a lot to take in. Tell me, Mr. Dirk, what was Apollo like as a kid? Oh, he was full of piss and vinegar, he was. A real rascal. He and Nahuta used to run around in the open fields naked as a jaybirds. I even got pictures of him posing in his birthday suit. Whoa, Dirk. No way, Prosecutor Satmari used to be like that too. The 2 of them would end up with leeches on their butts and cry like babies. Dirk, don't you think you have said enough? Ah, you're no fun. Yeah, I wanted to hear more about the misadventure of Polly. Hey, what are you people doing here? Emma! What the? You know this lady, son? Yeah, this is Emma Sky. She's a detective. Technically speaking, I'm a forensics expert, but I let it slide. Anyway, I can't say I'm surprised to see you here. You always seem to pop up whenever there's a trouble of food. Still, what are the odds of running into you here in the boonies? By trouble, you mean you're investigating our case? Does it look like I'm here to sightsee? Wait, don't tell me. You're not here to see Dr. Buff? Buff? Oh, Dr. Buff! Oh no, are you? Huh? How did you know that? We're actually on our way to meet with him right now. Figures. Well, follow me. I'll show you the way. Really? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just follow the nice lady. Doctor's study. So this is Dr. Bob's study. Wow, look at all those books. The shelves go from floor to ceiling. It's like a library in here. Yes, and lots of artifacts too. A true archaeologist paradise. Look, son, there are so many relics there spilling onto the floor. What a delightfully amusing room. There's a blot. All I see is a mess. And what's with that white outline? Emma, where's the doctor? Well, the thing is, he died last night. Wait, what? Seems an avalanche of books knocked him off his bookshelf ladder. We're labeling it an accidental death. What? Please tell me you're joking. As if I'd come all the way out here for a few laps, Apollo. Yeah, I guess not. A scholar killed by his own books? Oh man, what do we do now? I mean, how can we transfer ownership of the orb to you if he's dead? Yeah, that is a problem. Big problem. Emma, can you please tell us exactly what happened? The doctor's dead. The doctor died in an accident. I received a call this morning saying Dr. Bob had been found dead in under a pile of books. This morning, talk about bad timing. You mentioned that he had fallen off a ladder. Right, we believe he fell from the top of that big ladder there. Damn. Apparently, he triggered an avalanche of books while fumbling to reach one that sent him headlong on a fatal fall onto the hard floor. How sad. Killed by his own books. But at least he was doing something he loved. For a scholar, I suppose it's kind of like a soldier being killed in the line of duty. You could say he died an honorable death. Emma, who was the first one to discover the body, but that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. I can relate to that. Yeah, being a wanted man and all. But now, Dirk, a dead man can't exactly hand over the orb. We just have to find it. It must be around here somewhere. Just to file you in, Emma, we're actually here to get something. Pops here had an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was supposed to hand over a sacred relic known as the Founder's Orbs. Pops? Oh, I see. That could be a problem considering he's dead. Do you have a plan B? I have an agreement in writing. My compatriot Doubts should have it. Well, there shouldn't be any problems then. So who is this gentleman you are escorting? Dirk? Oh, right. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Dirk. He's from the Kingdom of Khura'in. All the way from Khura'in, huh? So what do you do here? What do you do there? Used to practice law, but I'm taking a break from all that. I'm focused now on making Khura'in a better place through volunteer work. Volunteer work, huh? How interesting. Well, it's not technically a lie. So how do you two know each other? Oh, he's sort of my foster father. Come again? Yeah, and his prosecutor Satmari's real father too. What? You mean you and prosecutor Satmari? I'm so sorry, it seems you have had quite a life. Guess she's put a few things together. Actually, Dirk, you look kind of familiar. Have you met before? Not that I recall. Great, she must have seen that news report on TV. It'll really complicate things if she figures out he's a wanted man. There are lots of guys who look like him. Sure you're not mistaking him for someone else? Are there? Really? I mean, a middle-aged man with a long hair and an eye patch. You don't see that every day. Well, I'm sure you're just imagining things. So what does that sacred relic you're searching for look like? I mean, there's lots of stuff in here that's old and relicly. Indeed. Unfortunately, I have no idea what it actually looks like. So then, how are we supposed to find it? That I do not know either. We just have to go through each candidate one by one. Great plan of attack there, Dirk. Well, Emma, do you mind if we give this room a once over? I guess not. But in exchange, you're going to help me with my investigation. Sure, it can't hurt. Ooh, I can't wait to get started. It'll be like a hunting for buried treasure. Alright, clearly there are fair pairs of shoes here. I guess there must be an entrance to on this floor too. Yeah, there's a back door over that way, but it's usually locked from what I can tell. The visitor's entrance is up that spiral staircase. That's the way we came in. It's a two-tone raincoat. It's still a bit damp. I think someone might have worn it recently. Okay. There's a pair of glasses on this little pyramid here. They belong to the doctor. Scientifically speaking, they appear to be ordinary run-of-the-mill glasses. Guess they don't pique her interest, scientifically speaking. There are animal drawings on the floor. They look like those famous geoglyph things. They remind me of a chalk outlines detectives draw around bodies, and the doctors touch drawing them. Now that's what I call dedication to one's field. I don't think it was on purpose. Is this a bird? Looks like an airplane to me. No, there couldn't have been any planes back when this was made. Yes, but it has wings and both horizontal and vertical stabilizers that makes it an airplane. It's definitely a bird. Open your eyes, son. As a lawyer, your job is to see the true nature of things. Still say it's a bird. This is where Dr. Buff died. Poor man, he fell right on his head and probably died almost instantly. I see some blood on the book there. But what's that dark stain? There appears to be coffee. It's still damp, so it must have gotten on there recently, perhaps even last night. That's a mighty big window he's next to, big enough for someone to see inside. Exactly, that's how the local residents who reported his death found him to begin with. Okay. Dr. Bali was visible from outside the window. A passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they found. Do you mean this case is still only a few hours old? That explains why your investigation is just getting underway. Study foil. Study diagram. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Well, what do we have here? Oh, that's the A. It's a golden statue, looks pretty old too. I imagine it has a great archaeological value. Maybe too great for a private researcher of Dr. Buff caliber. Wonder how he got his hands on something like this. Look at that. The urn. Ami. Why is someone's name written on here? Maybe it's so if it ever got lost, someone could return to its owner. You know, like how school kids put their names on things. Yeah, but this is just an urn, and the name is written up so big. Well, I wrote my name on my magical panties. It says right in super big letters. The less said about this, the better. Look, it's one of the doctor's notebooks. Maybe there's something about the orb in there. When Dragon talked about the founder, hey! It's full of the treasure box that won from the temple's treasure room. Must be this must be his research notes on the founder's orb. What's that on the right page? It looks like a poem or something. Let's see. Oh, it's that song that's performed during the Dance of Devotion. It's been sung during Kuranese rites of the offering since ancient times. I think I heard of that. There's also a legend associated with this song. Some say the solution to the orb's riddle is contained therein. It's in a song everyone in Korean knows. Not much of a way to keep it secret. It's called Hiding Secrets in a Plain Sight, Polly. Us magicians know all about that. Huh? That's a strange. What is... Dr. Bob's notes contain the second half of the song. Only the first half is sung during the Dance of Devotion. The profile embraces the myth that the favor of the orb is to be stopped, offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, all intentional the Holy Mother return. Most people haven't even heard the second half. Second half? Is in the part that begins offers thy prayers. Descending upon us in all her glory, the Founder bestows the greatest power known. Impressed that some thorough research he was conducting. Okay. Very, very interesting. There's a brown stain on this scroll. Huh? Why does it smell like gravy? Gravy? Why would there be a gravy stain on it? Who knows? But it looks like it's meant to be there. Maybe their artist was trying to inspire gravy new trend food splatter art. That palm wouldn't be a gravy lead, Dirk. Coffee maker and a bunch of coffee cups. He must have taken his coffee breaks here. Oh, there's a filter with old coffee grounds in here. Guess I better clean this up. What are you doing here there, son? Ah, what am I doing cleaning this office? Don't tell me that I have you on coffee duty back at your office. No, just I don't keep the place clean, no one will. It's my big suitcase. It's locked. Is it the doctor's? No, someone left it here last night, so the doctor might have had a visitor, but how can you tell? That sticker there, you only see those on an airport luggage. Which means its owner is likely from overseas. Is there any way to figure out who it belongs to? Not unless we can open it to see what's inside. Guess not. That's because you're not me. I'm a Sky Forensics Experts Extraordinary. As you might, you won't find the word impossible in my forensics handbook. Is she okay, son? It's like she became an entirely different person. Oh, that's just what happens when her forensics switch gets flipped. With this, and identifying the suitcase's owner will be as easy as pie. Is that fingerprint powder? That's right, and there's no better time than the present to use it. Here we go. You remembered how to do this, right? I apply the powder to where I think some of my prints might be and blow any excess off. Obviously! Anything? No? Stickers? No. Hey, is that what I think it is? Yeah! Hey Emma, I've got a pretty clear print here. Okay, now let me know who you think it could belong to. Who could it be? It would have to be someone who would pay Dr. Pop a visit. That's... No. You have a match? Gods, come think of it, he did stop by to see the doctor, didn't he? To conclude the orb transfer agreement. So he's the one who forgot his suitcase here? Where do you suppose he is now? Haven't heard from him in a while and he's not answering his phone. Wait, you don't think he left his phone inside his suitcase, do you? I wouldn't put it past that knucklehead. Actually, I think we may have run into him earlier. Really? A suspicious man had been reported in the area, but when one of my officers approached to question him, he took off like a shot. What? Sorry about that, Kuranese people aren't all like him, I swear. Well, he's probably still in the village somewhere. Maybe he knows something about the orb. See then. No, he's not here. I'm supposed to find him, right? Unless I'm missing something? From that height, I fall onto a hard surface would be probably kill anyone. Well, a huge window, I bet you could see the entire study from the outside. How could he concentrate in here? I feel so exposed. Well, he does have a bookshelf position for some privacy around his desk. There's some sort of machinery inside this clay picker. Whoa, it's moving. Exterminate, exterminate, destroy all targets. Do you even want to know what this thing is for? Exterminate. PS1. Oh. This is password protected. Trucy, do you think your magic can do something about this? I don't think I can override the password. Now, lock desk that I could get into, like you was back at the office, Polly. Yeah, I better watch what I put in there. What do you put weird stuff in your desk? Stuff you don't want anyone to see? Jeez, are you a mind reader too? No, but unlocking your thoughts is a cinch. It's a spiral staircase. And it's connected to a hallway up there. Why did they have to place the second floor so high up? Wait, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Oh, well. Oh, policy really hilarious around high places. It gets all wobbly like a baby deer taking its first steps. My face turns as green as a watermelon. It's not nice to make fun of people's phobias, you know. Come on, come think of it. The visitor's entrance is on the second floor. What an odd layout for a house. Seems the orb is in here. That means the odds might be our only lead at this point. Native Sky said he might still be here in the village. We should try to find him. Right now, move. Good day to you, citizens of Kurain Village. My name is Paul Atishan, and I want your vote. Wow, that's really loud. Look, something's coming this way. Paul Atishan, savior of Kurain, has come to... Oh, 2 people! Apollo, what is that strange conveyance coming this way? Right, left, right, left. Paul Atishan. It's one of those, what do you call them, palanquins? This guy, huh? So, you finally left Dr. Bob's house. What were you doing there? What a bunch of shady looking characters. And you aren't. So I take it you knew the doctor? Heh, what a foolish question. I memorized the names and faces of the entire electorate here in Kurain. After all, I am the man who's destined to be king of this fine nation someday. Who are you and what do you mean king? You're fools, I am the Paul Atishan. I am soon to be eminent politician and a man whose name will go down in history. You should be ashamed that you have never heard of me before. Is he really that famous of a politician, Apollo? Not that I know of. I'm running for a seat on the local council right now. I guess even sure Q Public has to start somewhere. But my election is a sure thing, I'm told. After all, my grandfather was a famous politician with an untold influence. In short, I'm the chosen one, the golden boy in the powerhouse of politics. Rider of his grandfather's coattails. Are you planted by my majesty? Go ahead, bask in the resplendent glory that is me, the chosen one. I'm sure. A pleasant day to you, good people of Kurain. I am Paul Atishan. It's time to reclaim the glory of Kurain together. A convenience store on every corner, a karaoke bar in every home. A vote for Paul Atishan is a vote for a happier, happier Kurain village. Turn off that infernal rocket, you fool. You are staying on your grandfather's good name. Thank you, good sir. Your support is appreciated as always. This is one of those people who only hears what they want to hear. In other words, he's a model politician. Now, where was I? Alright, you were in the doctor's house. Just what in the world were you doing in there, Is this what you ride around in when you are campaigning? That's right, it's perfect for the narrow roads and steep hills are here in this village. It's a top secret speed of 5 miles per hour, but it suffers from a serious reliability issues. Namely, these impulses tire out too quickly. We'll try harder next time, sir. Poor guys, they're exhausted and covered in sweat. The Addison family has been in politics for generations, even back in the old country. Really? My grandfather Abe Addison was a prominent member of Congress. And he was born right here in Kurain. There isn't a person here who hasn't heard of him. All I asked about was his palanquin. You also heard of the Addison? I mean, receiving our old country campaigning style. Oh, politics aren't really my thing, Trucy. I don't recall ever reading about them at school. Veh, young people today. You people really need to pay more attention to politics. So what business did you people have at Dr. Buff's house? It's going to transfer our ownership of the Founder's Orb to us. It's a sacred relic from the Kingdom of Kurain. Founder's Orb. So you tried to get your hands on it, did you? Wait, what do you know about the orb? I know that it's mine, that's what. How do you figure that? Because I know it's not the Founder's Orb, its real name is Crystal of Ami Faye. The Crystal of Ami Faye? That's right, it's been passed down for generations in the Addison family. Until it was stolen, that is, but just when I had zeroed in on the culprit, the doctor hid it away and then kicked the bucket. So you're saying Dr. Buff stole your family heirloom? That's not what Dirk said. Strange. I've been told the doctor himself said that he had the Founder's Orb. So all that weird foreigner's doing, he filled the doctor's head with nonsense. Nonsense like the crystals of Amy Faye being the Founder's Orb. Weird foreigner, could he mean...
Take that!
Yes, that's him. I thought so, now we really have to find Dots. Dots. Do you know where this man is now? I imagine he's at the detention center by now. I contact authorities after I found him hiding in my dog's doghouse. What? That buffoon. Well, at least we know where he is now. Let's head over to the detention center and see what he knows about the Founder's Orb. So you really are after my crystal. Now we're looking for the Founder's Orb and we have an agreement to prove it. Well, just so you know, you're not going to lay a finger on it. It's mine. And I intend to give it to my benefactor. Your benefactor? Benefactor? My benefactor is ready to support my rise to the pinnacle of the political world. They have immense influence here, you see, and I intend to harness that influence. So you're just going to give your family heirloom away to this person. That's right. It's a purely political decision. In exchange, your patron will get the people of Kurain to vote for you. Eminent politicians are skilled at leveraging all of their connections. Isn't it illegal to buy votes? Well, good luck with that, I guess. You just wait, Paul. At this hunt will reign supreme someday. Hey, yipes! What's he doing under the desk? Follow Cox of the corrupt end regime. I have nothing to say to you. It's me, Dirk. Oh, Dirk, you're a sight for sore eyes. I knew you'd come save me. Well, this is another fine mess you've gotten yourself into. My bad. At least the crap here is pretty good compared to that prison back home. Get 3 squares plus a place to sleep. Why don't you join me, Dirk? No thanks. They just send me back to Kurain where I'd face immediate execution. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be such a good idea. Looks like it still is the same too. Long time no see, Dots. Huh? Hey, you look kind of familiar. Apollo, is it really you, my boy? A to the J, all grown up and whatnot, have you been? Fine, and you, Dots, you look good besides the incarceration and all. Those horns, AJ. Horns? They're grown up with, yeah, just like a stag's antlers. I can't take it. You really haven't changed a bit. Anyway, there's something we need to talk to you about. Sure, pull up a chair. I got all the time in the world. Slammer's like my second home. It's really not so bad once you get used to it. It's rather laid back for someone in police custody. Oops. That's what was the doctor had really... What was the doctor had really the Founder's Orb? What? Absolutely possibly the doc was sure of it. Really? Because someone from the village is calling it the crystal of Amy Faye. He also claims you were filling the doctor's head with lies. That ain't true. The doc said he was sure it was the real deal. All his fancy research confirmed it was the founder's orb. So then that Paul Atkinson character was lying. Imagine that. A politician who lies. But he wants the orb all to himself. I wonder who's telling the truth. Well, take a look at this. Proves the Doc believed he had the founder's orb. Let me see that. Orb transfer agreement. I agreed to hand over the founder's orb to the refined dragons if I will come to no harm. Dr. Archie Bob. If I will... See, I got it all down in writing. But that's... Why does it say, if I will come to no harm at the end here? Sounds like he was scared of you. Did you threaten the doctor in any way? No, you can't go wrong. He was the doc's friend. He told the old man us rebels were dangerous. It's his fault the doc thought I might hurt him. Sounds like the work of that politician. He's really made a mess of things. Reason for arrest? What have you done now, Dots? Nothing, I'm innocent, I tell ya. It all started when this dog-faced cop tried to question me. He looked so funny and I started laughing at him. That's when they came after me. It was hilarious, tell you. I mean, a human police dog, how funny is that? Right, so what happened after that? They caught me hiding in a doghouse. Dang, Pooch ratted me out. I guess that's what I get for laughing at one of his doggy comrades. Sounds like the dogs got the last laugh. That's, aren't you clear of those jailbreak charges? And your capture by Lady Kira deemed unlawful? Yeah, but the cops here don't seem to like me anyway. What are the charges this time? Unauthorized entry or something like that? They think I'm an illegal alien. I can't prove it otherwise because I lost my passport. Is there any way they let you go? Not without my passport, if only I had it. There's agent, you gotta find my passport. Alright, we'll find it. One more thing to do. To add to our to list. Now where might that passport be? Oh, about the orb's whereabouts. Maybe the doc's kid knows something. Doctor's has a kid? Yeah, a bit of a shut-in though. The poor thing's own bedroom has become like a self-imposed prison. Shut-in? Sounds like it will be a challenge just to get a conversation going. Time for your questioning, follow me. Must be a lunchtime, 3 days of fried chicken if I'm not mistaken. You get your lunch if you have behaved yourself. Derek, AJ, I'll see you guys around. Our lead now is Dr. Bob's kid. But luring a shut-in out is not going to be easy, I know. Oh, it's you again. Looking for Mr. Wright? He was just here a second ago. He was? What's Daddy doing here? Good question. He said he was looking for something. Did he say anything else? Let me think. Something about how his Wright never showed up at the airport. Yeah, that was it. I guess Athena really did get lost. But what's Daddy doing all the way out here in the first place? He can't be looking for us since no one told him we'd be here. Well, if you're here to take another look around being my guest, I have other work to do, so if you'll excuse me. Of course, thanks, Emma. First and foremost, we better find Dot's passport. We should also have a word with the Dr. Bob's child. Is it just me, or is there something new in here? Oh, you mean that thing? Yeah, we should take a close look at it too. Let's not forget about Dot's passport. It should be around here somewhere. That... Okay, says. Oh, that's a suitcase. Maybe his passport is in there. Ah, it's not good. It's locked side. We should have asked him for the key. What? Hey. What's this? A model helicopter? Don't you know anything about it's a drone? They're all the rage right now. But it belongs to the doctor's kit. We need to ask them about the orb's whereabouts. Yeah, but luring out a shot-in isn't going to be easy. What are we going to do about Dutch's passport? It's probably right there inside his suitcase, but we can get it open. Why don't I take all word to that and so he can unlock it? That way you guys can continue looking for the orb. Good thinking, Trucy. Okay, here I go. Huh? What the? This thing weighs a ton. Let me try. Oh, maybe the kid is in there? Jeez, how can the suitcase be so heavy? Is it filled with bricks or something? I mean, he probably packed his dumbbells in there. Certainly much too heavy to unlock all the way to the detention center. Here, let me take a crack at the lock. What are you going to do? What? Are you going to pick it? There you go. That was fast. Ha 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 ha. A lock like that is a child's play to me. Especially after all the wrongly imprisoned compatriots I busted out over the years. You have sure seen a lot of action for an ex-lawyer. And here we go. That's his passport. I'll take it over to him. Thanks, Trucy. No problem. Now you guys enjoy some quality father-son treasure hunting time, okay? See you later. There she goes. I wish she wouldn't make such a big deal out of our little family situation. Father-son time, eh? Been ages since we had a father-son talk, huh, son? Yeah, well, over a decade. So, Apollo, how have you been? Oh, fine. I'm fine, I guess. That's so fine you say. Well, fine, it is fine by me. Good to hear. I'm okay. So what do we talk about now? Get down. Hit the dirt, son. Huh? What the? What the? What the? Oof. Dad? Speak to me, son. Say something. That's smart. You maggots. What do you think you're doing invading Puff Aerospace? It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before you get past me, ya yellow-bellied yahoos. Whoa, it can talk? What kind of drone is this? Any... Ah! Hey! Drone, nothing. That's a certain buff to you, soldier. You got that, you lolly grunts? Ah, what the who now? Buff? That sounds like the doctor's son is behind the control. He's controlling this thing? Apollo, let's play along for now. Sergeant Buff? Sergeant Buff, sir? You forgot to say sir. Ain't you never seen a war movie before? Alright, let me try that again. Sergeant Buff, sir? Better. Much better. Now, state your name, unit, and rank, soldier. Oh, I'm Apollo Justice. I serve at the Fright Editing Agency. My rank is, fledgling lawyer. Fledgling lawyer, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative, Private Justice. Private. Listen up, diaper baby. Your commanding officer's orders are absolute. Disobedience means a one-way trip to the firing squad. Do I make myself clear? Oh, sir? Yes, sir. Good, good. We might have made a man out of you yet, Private. Now for you, Cyclops. Huh? Oh, you want my name? I'm unit and rank 2. I'm Dirk Satmadi. Command the Rebel group to define dragons and my rank is, leader, sir. Excellent. Welcome aboard, Commander Dirk. Commander Dirk? Wait a second, what's with that ridiculous mop you call ahead? Soldiers should be clean cut. Sorry, but this is my signature look. I'm not going to... Whoa! Fine, I'll get her haircut before we ship out. Listen up, you. It's kill or be killed out on that battlefield. No place for living conditioners. All you've got is your life, and you're lucky to have that. It's oddly obsessed with failed survival for someone who never goes outdoors. This is going to be harder than I thought, son. Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir? Affirmative. But I can see everything you do from here, so... Then, hot soldier, wipe that stupid look off your face. I'm going to wipe your sheltered peacenix into shade. With what? Your charming personality? Look, it's got a camera and a speakers too. And that's not all, Commander. Mop? With these arms I can cook and clean too. Speaking of which, for justice you are on latrine duties. Snap to it and undouble. As if I don't see enough of the toilet back at the office. That thing's pretty handy, as Divine Dragons could use one of those. Yes, it's a fine piece of hardware, isn't it? I modified it especially for siege defense. Siege defense? You mean how you won't leave your room? Holding up in a stronghold to defend against enemies on age-old military tactic. Timeless strategy is still applicable in modern warfare. I hope you're not trying to mock the wisdom of my forefathers. I meant no offense, it was just an observation. So the greenhorn who ain't even discharged firearms got something to say, does he? Sorry, it won't happen again, sir. Damn darn tooting now. State your intention, soldier. Location of the orb. We had our agreement with your father. He had a promise to hand over the founder's orb to us. What? Papa promised you that? He did, but he died before he could tell us where it's hidden. Now we have no idea where it is. Oh. Papa, why? Why did you have to die? It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm sorry for your loss. If it helps you at all, I know how you feel, Sergeant. What do I do now? Insignificant maggot? What would an unseasoned rookie like you know about how I feel? First I lost Mama, and now I lost Papa. You lost your mother too? She's been gone for some time now. I'm all alone now. All alone. Sergeant Buff, would you tell us a little more about what happened to your mother? Mama passed away about 6 months ago. We were still living in our apartment in the city. Back then, I had yet to engage my siege defense strategy. In other words, something caused him to withdraw from the world. It was arson. Oh, it happened so suddenly. And before we knew it, our apartment was a sea of flames. Mama and I were trapped inside. But help never came. So Mama cradled me in her arms, kicked out a window, and jumped. She did what? She was like a walking, talking medal of valor, my mama was. She delivered me safely to terra firma with a perfectly executed PLF. It's a 5-point landing technique used by paratroopers to land safely on the ground. You sound like a superhero or something. From that height, she suffered massive injuries in order to protect me. She died so that I could live. I don't know what to say. And the person who started the fire, he was immediately apprehended. They say he was standing outside laughing while the building was burned. At least justice was served. I hope that brought you some solace. I've lost both my parents now. You can't possibly know how I feel. Mama, Papa, Porky, it's hard to lose both your parents at such a young age. You must really feel alone now. Polo, I imagine you know what he's going through. I do? The road to recovery begins by talking to someone who suffered the same hardships. I know you have something that shows you understand. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Sergeant, sir? What do you have here? It's a photo of my father. I wasn't even a year old when he died. In a fire. What? Like your mother, he died in an arsonist falaise. But in his final moments, he managed to save his infant son. Private Justice, you have suffered a loss just like mine. I have. That's why I know how you feel. But you still have your mother, don't you? No, I lost her too. No, we actually technically do have her mother. What? She disappeared after the fire. I don't know if she's still alive or dead. Heck, I don't even know what she looks like. Wow. Sergeant Bob, his experience is very much like your own. If anyone can understand the sadness in your heart, it's him. Attention! I salute you, Comrade Justice. You are no longer a private in the Buff Army. Henceforth, you will be a corporal. Corporal? Congratulations on your promotion, Corporal Justice. I'm just glad that seemed to cheer him up a bit. Now, comrade, let's toast to your new stripes. And call me Sarge, don't be shy. We are a band of brothers now. Ha 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 ha. Now's our chance, Corporal. Ask him about the Phantom's orb. York's getting way too much of a kick out of this. Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir? Affirmative. But I can see everything you do from here, so... Then, hot soldier, wipe that stupid look off your face. What if you shot the cynics in the shade? Wait, what? Oh, it's got a camera speak. Wait, this is... Is that all? Wait, it's the same thing. I clicked the wrong one, didn't I? Fuck me. Sarge, sir, do you have any idea where the orb might be? It was here in Papa's study until last night. But he said he was going to go hide it somewhere. He mentioned something about a shady character being after it. Where do you think he could have hidden it? Somewhere in the village, I guess. He said he found a suitable hiding place for it. So it was here last night. That is, until he went out to hide somewhere in the village. The question is where? Maybe he left some clue here in his study. Let's search the place again. We should also find out more about Dr. Puff. He might steer us towards the hiding place. Okay, before that... So shoe copy him. This shoe looks like they belong to Sarge and his dad. And these boots here are a little damp. And it looks like there's something inside this one. Maybe Dr. Puff wore them last night. They might lead us to where he hit the orb. Let's take a closer look. Maybe this? There's a question mark on the bottom of this boot. Papa had those custom made for his archaeological fieldwork. He had the soul of adventurer. This boot had the soul of adventurer too. You might get a better look inside if you undo the straps. Oh. Oh. It looks like some kind of globby moss. Could have come from where the doctor went last night. Must have got in with some of that mud. Might be worth looking into. If it help us in pinpoint where the doctor hit the orb. Globby moss. Interesting, very interesting. Are these doctors? Yes, those are Papa's reading glasses. He said he'd been having trouble reading lately, but those glasses seem to help. Reading glasses, eh? I just hold on to these. Dirk, don't tell me you're having trouble reading too. Where's the thought? I just don't want to leave any stone unturned. Okay. It's a raincoat. It's a bit wet and there's some fresh mud on it. That must mean someone wore it recently. Indeed, maybe even as recently as last night. Sarge, did it rain here last night? Negative. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Then how did this raincoat get all muddy and wet? When I saw it last evening, it looked pretty clean and dry to me. Maybe it got like this later that night. Good as I, son. This may very well turn out to be a vital clue. Okay. This computer could provide some useful information. It's password protected. Dirk, you're good at getting into places you're not supposed to. Don't look at me, I don't know the first thing about computers. Hahaha, leave it to me. A modern day warrior must be well versed in technology and lab mean bright. Tell he who controls the information controls the battlefield. Oh, and I'm in. Looks like the modern day warriors have mean keyboard skills too. Okay, let's see what we can find. Oh, what's this? An email message. Discovered the patterns but have yet to crack the riddle. The all bucket crystal is the key. Dr. Puff, how is your research coming along? From Doc Puff P. Now this is interesting. The research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb. Here I put it, the data on this. Take it and use it to be a soldier. Such said, do you ever read these books? Why, of course, soldier must have extensive knowledge as well as fighting prowess. Learning all I can each and every day in preparation for the big battle. Big battle? You know, if when I go back to school, I'll need to be up to date on every subject. Stuff like, you know, the latest comics and Hollywood's gossip. Oh, I see. What about reading, writing, and arithmetic? I'm rooting for you, Sarge. Thanks, I try my best. So, Sarge, what was your father like? Papa was as kind as a mama was courageous. His whole reason for moving to the countryside was for me. What do you mean? I initiated my siege defense strategy after my mama died. Papa was so worried about me, he moved us here to the countryside. He thought the fresh air, blue skies, and natural surroundings might after ultimate tactics. What a fine father. He even quit his position at the university to move here. He did? He did. He gave up his beloved research position just for me. A parent must be prepared to sacrifice everything for his child. That's what Papa said. Well, I'm feeling about 2 inches tall right about now. There's no one in the world I respected more than him, but that just makes him passing all the more devastating. Papa, may you continue your beloved research up there with the angels. Okay, let's go over what we have learned so far. Wherever it was that Dr. Puff went, he needed a raincoat. When it was somewhere where this glowing moss grows, and the others where that might be, Sarge. Negative, comrade, I had to say my intel's a little thin on this one. I've been occupied with my siege defense strategy ever since we moved to the village. Ask the locals. So do I move? It feels like somebody's watching me and it's really creeping me out. I'll just politicians' campaign posters. Where did he put this up? Whatever, I got more important things to be paying attention to. For great weather, it really lifts the spirits. I know after a little treasure hunt, what do you say we go hunting, son? Hunting, we used to do that a lot, didn't we? Just look at that mountain, I bet there are some feisty wild boars up there. I think I'll pass, but thanks. Also, hunting's a no-go. Well, I guess that wild boar still will have to wait then. Apollo, something seems different from the last time we were here. You mean the posters? No, not those. What's he talking about? Guess I should take a look around myself. 3 birdies. What is different? What do we have here? It looks like an unfinished picture, like something a little kid might paint. You're right, but I can't quite tell what it's of. I think it's supposed to be nighttime, but what's that thing on the left? A monster or some kind of alien, perhaps? Oh, the raincoat! Literally, it's the raincoat. Well, what did you expect from a little kid? A little kid? Hey! Oh, it's you, Pearl. Why? Mr. Apollo, is that you? What a pleasant surprise. It's been quite some time. How have you been? Fine, thanks. You're looking good too, Pearl. Aren't you going to introduce me, son? Oh, of course. This is Pearl Faye. She's a spirit medium here in Korean Village. Pearl, this is Dirk, my client. Hello, sir. Pleased to meet you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Nice to meet you too, and what a polite little girl you are. Actually, I'm a high schooler. Oops, sorry about that. So, you are spirit medium? Does that mean you can channel spirits then? Yes, I'm still in training though. But I'm well versed in the art of spirit channeling. Well now, isn't that something? I mean, back in my country, our little princess hasn't channeled a single spirit yet. Pretty impressive, young lady. Oh, but compared to Mystic Maya, there's so much more I must learn. Mystic Maya. Alright, Maya Faye. Mr. Wright's former courtroom assistant. Told me all about her. She's a spirit medium too, if memory serves. Yes, she's amazing medium, and soon she'll be the next head of the Fade clan too. Mediums and spirit channeling. I heard all about it from Mr. Wright. He said that mediums will even physically become the person they're channeling. I wonder if even little Pearl would turn into a hulking giant if she had to channel one. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what brings you all the way out here, Mr. Apollo? Or just a small matter to take care of? Wait, would it happen to be the matter Mr. Edgeworth is looking into? Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing here? Oh, so it's a different matter then? Because I just saw him a moment ago. He appeared to be searching for something. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth is a friend of Mr. Wright and the district chief prosecutor. Why would he be here in Crane? Well, no point obsessing over it. I think of it, you live here in Crane Village, don't you, Pearl? Yes, I was born and raised here. It's perfect, Apollo. Let's ask the young lady if she knows where the doctor might have gone last night. I was thinking the exact same thing. We should show her what we found in the doctor's study. The moss? Pearl, do you have any idea where this moss might grow? That looks like Mitama moss. It grows on Mount Mitama and gives off a soft glow in the dark. Mount Mitama? See that mountain right there? That's Mount Mitama. And how would one get there? You can take a bus from that bus stop over there. May I ask why you are so interested in that moss? Well, Dr. Buff was supposed to give us something. It seems he hid it somewhere last night. He did? Maybe that's why he, Pearl, do you know something that might help us? Well, sounds like I better find out what she knows. What a peaceful place. Nothing beats mountain air. Many of the villagers have left for the city, but I just love it here. Blue skies, lush forest, star-filled skies at night, and fireflies in the summer. Plus, the big, beautiful blue ocean is just beyond that mountain. The ocean? What do you say we go for a swim, son? Oh, I think I'll pass. Besides, I can't swim. Pearl, Crane Village is like the home of spirit mediums, right? Yes, and I'm part of a long line of mediums. I've never seen a channeling before, but is it possible to channel the spirit of anyone who's passed away? No, not just anyone. You must know their face and true name. Really? You can channel a spirit just by knowing their face and name. That's an amazing ability. It is, but it can only be learned by those with a gift occurring in certain bloodlines, and years of intense training. At present, my Mystic Maya and I are the only ones in our village who can channel spirits. Looks like spirit mediums are highly valued here, much like they are back in Crane. Heard there used to be many more of us a long time ago, but now we are in very short supply. Most of the women nowadays don't want to stay. They want the thrill of the big city. Yeah, well, you guys aren't exactly close to any shopping malls or nightclubs out here. What about you? Are you not interested in things like that? Who, me? Well, I wouldn't mind a new outfit or two, and well, oh, never mind. It's okay, Pearl, you are at that age after all. Pearl, do you have any idea where Dr. Buff might have gone last night? Well, about that. All I know is Dr. Buff was somewhere on Mount Mitama. My bracelet is reacting, which means Pearl is hiding something from me. Well. All I know... Eyes are okay. Not moving anything. Oh.
Gotcha!
You got some green stuff on there. But you seem anxious around the topic of Mount Mitama. I could tell because you wrapped your thumb over a splotch of dried paint as you said it. Oh, well, that nighttime painting is yours, isn't it? This is so embarrassing. As you saw, I'm not very a good artist. But that picture has nothing to do with Dr. Buff. I'm not so sure about that. In fact, I'm gonna guess that while you were out here painting last night, you actually saw the good doctor heading out to Mount Mitama from the bus stop. No, I didn't see anything like that, I swear. No, I'm positive you saw the doctor after all. He's right here in your picture.
Take that!
You think that's the doctor? I may not be a very good artist, but at least I know how to draw a person. Okay, if this is in person, then what is it? That's a rain spirit. What's a rain spirit doing at a bus stop? Oh, rain spirits have places to go too. It's getting ridiculous. Sorry, Pearl, but you're not a very good liar.
Take that!
This is the raincoat we found in the doctor's body. Still wet and muddy, so we know what that someone wore it last night. Now, see how this pattern is the same as the rain spirit in your picture? You didn't see a rain spirit last night. You saw Dr. Buff wearing this raincoat. I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to lie, but... I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Mr. Apollo, but I did see the doctor last night. It's alright, just please tell me everything you know. Of course. I was spending out here last night when the doctor came up to the bus stop. He was wearing a raincoat even though it wasn't raining and a helmet with the light on it. It was like he was well prepared for something. And now that's why I asked him if he was going off exploring again. He looked startled, like he hadn't noticed me there. And then he suddenly said, "Please don't tell anyone you saw me here." Why would he want to silence you like that? Something must have happened to spook him, and he didn't want anyone to know where he was going to hide the orb, or where could he have been going dressed like that? My best guess is a cave somewhere on Mount Mitama. I heard there's a cave there where mediums of the Korean tradition went to train long ago. Legend has it there are some sort of mystical ruins in there. Mystical ruins? That's like the exact sort of place an archaeologist might go. Oh, we met this video earlier named Paul Artisan. Do you know anything about him? Yes, he's been campaigning a lot around here lately. The noise he's been making has become quite a problem. People are especially upset that he's campaigning at all hours of the night and day. Well, local police should arrest him for disturbing the peace. Unfortunately, there's a little they can do because the Artisan family is so powerful. Well, isn't he the proverbial pampered provincial prince? Seems pretty intent on reading here in Korean. Is there some special reason why? I'm not sure, but I have an idea. The spirit mediums of Korean once held a considerable of sway in the political world. Judging by his slogan, maybe that's what he's after. Great, so he's just another politician, seeking powerful connections. The ability to commune with the dead gives a comfort to those anxious about the future. Tiny Korean has preserved its independence, but the Queen's power of the spirit channeling must play a similar role in this village. Yes, even today, many here revere those with spirit medium blood flowing in their veins. Basically, as Paul Artisan had benefactor goes, so goes the whole village. Who is this benefactor? Who could hold this much sway over a Korean village? Well, we should get going now, but thanks for all your help, Pearl. You're welcome, Mr. Apollo. Please take care. What do you say? We go find that cave, son? Since that there might actually finally be within our grasp. This treasure hunt is shaping up to be the real deal. Haha, really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it? So what are we waiting for? Let's go! Phew, I'm all out of breath. Oh, come on, that was nothing. And you're so much younger than me. I, don't normally get this much exercise. Need a break? No, I'm fine. Dirk, look, there's a Mitama moss growing in that cave over there. This must be the where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside. Can't see a thing. Relax, your eyes will adjust eventually. Now follow me. I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk. Should we have brought one along then, son? Here, use mine. Thanks. Wait, are you holding out on me? Who are you talking to, Apollo? You? Whoa! Someone just pushed me. Apollo! What the? Apollo! Oh! Oh! There's someone! Ow! You alright, son? Yeah. Looks like someone got the drop on us. Quit literally. But who? I mean, we could have died from that fall. I don't know, but I don't think we'll be getting out the way we came in. Looks like we are in a pretty deep cave. I don't do but to press on, son. How can you even see in here? Come on, let's go. Hey, wait. One false step and we're dead. What should we do? Go forward, obviously. Guess we keep going. There must be some path for Dr. Buff to follow when he came to hide the orb. Right, by the way, it looks like our attacker left us with this useful parting gift. I wonder who's the attacker? From lawyer to spay lunker, how do I always get myself into these situations? We're never going to make it out alive, I hope you know. Don't tell me you're scared, son. We're just getting started. The greatest treasure are only ever found at the point of a blade or the edge of a cliff. Yeah, sure, if I know that we end up at the bottom of some dark damn cave. Oh, I've never taken your request, Dirk. Save your breath, Apollo. Just keep putting on 1 foot ahead of the other. That really better be a way out of here. You'll find one before you know it, you'll see. We've been walking for about an hour. It's like amazing here. I couldn't get back to where we started if I wanted to. Yeah, this cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. Where's the wheel? Where's there a wheel, there's a way. You're the optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we still can. Forge ahead. No, stop moving. Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it up that wall of solid rock. So I guess we keep moving. How did I get stuck wandering around in a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from the street performing to yak milking. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney. How? Didn't, but when you need to earn a living, you'll take on any job just to survive. Say, how is your career going, by the way? Well, it's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. My first trial really put me through the ringer. And my next case had me investigating a pair of stolen panties. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me as a her forehead. Gavin. Oh, and there's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields the samurai sword. Sounds like you have seen quite a bit. You're right. You're telling me. Listen, Apollo. I'm sorry I didn't contact you for so long. It's fine, Dirk. What happened? Hmm? Careful. The ground doesn't feel as solid here. What? Yikes. The cave floor is collapsing. Oh, not again! Oh! Hey, Apollo, can you hear me? Dirk? Where are we? Huh? Where are we? Whoa, what is this place? Damn. I was shocked too. These ruins look really old. It's not exactly something you expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the Doctor hit the orbs around here. I mean, those look like footprints over there. Oh, son, I think our little adventure is about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb. These have gotta be the Doctor's footprints. They match the bottoms of the boots we saw in his study. So he made it all the way down here. The water's washed most of them away, but these footprints are everywhere. Really, cause these are the only ones I see. I see. He must have been looking for something. Ah, those prints, they're coming out of that lake. Hey, you're right. But that would mean Dr. Buff came walking out of the water. What are Plastipala doing here? There's seaweed stuck to it, which means it probably came from the ocean. It's possible this cavern is connected to the sea somehow. Driftwood, how did that get in here? By drifting on it, I assume the only question is from where? This box looks pretty heavy. I'm guessing the Doctor's the one who brought it down here. It's no good, it's locked tight. There's no way to open it. Doesn't look like there's even a keyhole. Which means there must be some trick to opening it. We have to figure it out if we want to see what's inside. It's a big stone attack, one false move, and some good god might come and smite us. Oh come on, it's not all gloom and gloom. I dare you to look at your surroundings and say that again, Dirk. Ha ha ha. Got me there, son. Dear gods, please smite me now. That's the hole we fell through. Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way. We're lucky we survived the fall from way up there. Indeed, if that hole hadn't been above the lake, we'd be history. You passed out the moment you hit the water. Yeah, well, water's not really my thing. This cavern still is solid rock all around. Looks like we either go back through that hole or find some other way out. Ugh, why am I always between a rock and a hard place? This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. A bottomless lake in the depths of a mountain cave system. My blood runs cold at the thought of falling. The water is it's salty. This lake may very well lead to the ocean. The Imperial mentioned something about the ocean, like how it's on the other side of the mountain. Can't imagine she meant it literally. To sum it up what we know so far, the orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can open. As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out. We're this close to the orb. Oh, come on now. Come now, son. Don't be like that. It's just a bit of bad luck, that's all. Bit, Murphy called. He wants his law back. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? I can need to laugh at a time like this. We're stuck here for now, so we might as well try to open this thing. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. What do we have? There's a big bottom here, button here. Oh. Oh, nothing happened. This thing is covered with pictures, and hey, each section has a auto rotate. Take a look at this sun. See the picture of the dragon battling a tiger? And this green purple one is one of the Kuranese butterfly and a Mitama. What if there are clues for figuring out how to open this box? It appears this box used a picture-based combination lock. You have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. Let's see, there's the dragon and tiger fight, a Kuranese butterfly with Mitama, and a number of other pictures too. Dirk, I was thinking, maybe we should check the evidence we collected so far. I think we have something that just might help us open it. Read my mind, son. I think it's the... Yeah, this one.
Take that!
Dr. Buff Research Note had mentioned the song ceremony. Maybe its lyrics and the pictures on the box correspond somehow. I think you're onto something, son. Okay, let's give it a shot. Each dial has 6 pictures, and there are only 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Don't be puzzles, here comes justice. Okay, if I'm tracking a tiger battle. How do I... There we go, right? This one. And then the second one is the butterfly embraces the Mitama. Must be this one. All for the prayers as fervent as fire on it, then shall the Holy Mother return. Offer the die prayers as fervent as fire on it, then shall the Holy Mother return. It's this one. Descending upon us in all her glory, the founder bestows the greatest power known. This one. It won't open. Okay, it's wrong. It's wrong. Shit. Of the price of famous fire only to show the Holy Mother return. Oh, like this? Nice. Got it. Ooh, it opened. So this is the Phantom's Orb. With each sun, the orb is finally ours. National. At last, the Phantom's Orb is ours. And it's all thanks to you, son. Well done. Then again, I expect nothing less from my boy. Oh, well, it's no big deal. Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing, but your insights and reasoning led us here. And I'd say that's truly impressive. I don't know about that. All those battles you have fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today. And I couldn't be prouder. Will you cut it out already before I turn into a some-ripened tomato? With this orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow to the Garan regime. So how exactly do you plan on using it? You're not going to try and become a spirit medium, are you? Don't be ridiculous. I don't need supernatural powers like that. So then, are you going to use it as a bargaining chip with the Queen Garan? Like demanding that she abolishes the Defense Capability Act? Well, that thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the Kingdom of Khurain. After all, as a sacred relic of Khurainism, that is where it belongs. Really? That's all you wanted me to do? Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked that to buff to study it and why. But sure, follow? The official story is that the orb was stolen from the temple treasure room. Yes, I heard about that on the news. They also said the Euro group was behind the theft. That's not good. We are probably on an international most wanted list now. Let me ask you something, Apollo. Who do you think really stole the orb? I really haven't a clue. But I think it was one of the royals. Really? Someone from the royal family? Yeah, and I've got a pretty good idea which one it was. You know who it is? Care to share your hunch? All I say is, at this point is this. Security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to the treasure room. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's laws. But why would a member of the royal family do that? That I haven't figured out yet. Whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Khurainis royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance, then pinning the crown on us, the defiant dragons. Sounds like a conspiracy or something. Agree? And if the truth were to come to light, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. To allow a foreign national to study a treasure so sacred that it's off limits to the public, it would be seen as the other sacrilege to those who truly revere the Holy Mother. If this were to go public, support for the Garan regime would weaken. But that's not all. This is just a hunch, but I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the Kingdom of Khurain to its very core. Now I'm going to find out what. He's probably right, his intuition is usually spot on. Dirk, why are you so bent on a revolution anyway? Is it to reform the legal system in Khurain? There's that, but I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nahuta. What do you mean? This is for your ears only. It's the other reason why this revolution needs to succeed. Nahuta, I never thought that our reunion would take place in our courtroom. Was it running into each other already? Yeah, but it was like it was a different person. Used to be such a kind, cheerful kid, always smiling and stuff, but now... He tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. Plus, he kept telling me I had a putrid mind and to let it go and move on. It's really gotten that bad. It must be Karen's influence. Nothing like that when he first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice. About to bring the Garan regime down and reform the legal system. It's what he swore to do, but that was also 5 years ago. He'd been the shining star of the Defiant Dragons and our greatest hope. Wait, Nahuta was a dragon? He was, but these days he's more like a Garan's lapdog. Talk about a complete about face. Why would he do that? Something must have happened to him. Something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not a conviction that fills his heart, it's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nahuta is suffering and he's suffering in silence. Nahuta is suffering? Yes, he knows the rightful state of the Khurain's legal system. But But something forces him to bend on Garen's will, and it's tearing him apart. But it's been up 5 years. Do you really think he even still wants to reform the ecosystem? As long as he carries what I taught him in his heart, I do. A dragon never yields. That's what you always told us. That I did. It's a belief I held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands at the pinnacle of the natural world. Nothing and no one can bend its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? We must fight for truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. White, they have that much in common. That's why I held onto this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Crane. I believe that one day our legal system will return to its former glory. This badge here is a testament to that belief. What if Nahuta still believes in what you taught us? He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
A dragon never yields. I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. His unshakable faith and confidence. It's what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. You know, I remember back when we were kids. Nahuta used to say with great pride, I have the blood of the dragon within me. Yes, and that's why I want to free him. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garan regime. So that's your other reason for starting a revolution. Yes, I need to smack some sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? I wouldn't know. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem, getting out of here. Well, we're not going back the way we came, that's for sure. That hallway fell through is way too high to climb back up to. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. Wait a second, you're not suggesting we swim our way out of here? This is exactly what I'm suggesting, but we have no idea how deep that lake goes. It's a pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm better swimmer. I'm so wasting. I'll be back before you know it, son. Dirk! He's gone. I sure hope he knows what he's doing. It's been 20 minutes. I hope he's okay. What's going on? Uh-oh. The water, it's rising and fast. Need air. I know how to swim, but I don't grab onto something that floats. This is why you should know how to swim, man. This is bad. I better think of something quick. Grab onto that one. I got it. As long as I hold on this, I should be able to stay afloat. What else there is? Okay, maybe I can use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and be more rational about this. This is not good. The worst I'm on. No use. What the heck? The puzzle bus is still at the base of the outside. Must have been decided to stay put even at the high tide. Wait, that's it. The outer buff must have come in here from some ocean side entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. It really does connect to the ocean. Not that it helps. I drowned before I made it out. Where won't stop rising? Oh, I'm getting swept away. Oh, please stop. Hey, we can make it now. The water is just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm safe. All I have to do is to go back to the way we came. The force might even lift me all the way back up over that wall of a rock. Here it goes. Huh? The hole, it's full of rubble. The tunnel collapsing above must fill it in it after we fell through it. Yeah, this is... not good. Not good! No, I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. The water, I can't... Go! I can't breathe! Is this the end? Dirk, what if he made it out? So this is what it feels like to drown. I would have eaten that sushi if I had known it would be my last meal. I feel like I've been through this before. Oh, now I remember. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack in the mountains. Nahuta and I were playing by the riverside when we got swept up in the rapids. Oh. I thought we were goners, but then... Nahuta! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! Wow! That was a close one. Thought I've lost you too. I'm sorry, Dirk. Alright, that's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry? Thank you, father. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nahuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Hey, Dirk. This isn't forever, right? You'll bring me back from America someday, right? Of course, I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here, promise? Okay, you promised. Dirk, I waited for the day you'd come and take me home. But you never came. That's why I tried to forget about you. My life back in Crane. Dirk, why? Why didn't you? Hello, Apollo. Apollo, can you hear me? Dirk? Still can't swim, eh? You came back? But why? I said I'd come for you, didn't I? Yeah, but you can't hold me and swim. We're both going to... Stop talking. You'll bite your tongue. What? Whoa. We're being pulled under. What's going on? Why is this happening? We're back in Crane Village. Where? You finally come to sun. Get your fill of seawater? Good thing your name's not Neptune. Haha. Dirk? Are you telling me? Check it out. Snot's coming out of his nose. A miraculous escape. Not even some of the escape artist grades could pull that off. What on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. So I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near the undersea cavern. He tied a rope to me and I came and grabbed you. Then he yanked me back. Oh, so that's what pulled us under with such a force. Don't forget about me. I assisted in your escape deck too, Polly. I've helped compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons. But an undersea cavern? Now that was a first. Dirk, he risked his life for me. Dirk, I'm only alive because of you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I just did what any father would do for his son. You saved my life yet again. Guess I see what I said make for much of a meal. It's cause Polly didn't have any sushi. Oh yeah, I haven't eaten anything yet since this morning. Oh, that's right. Hey AJ, Dirk had me buy this for ya. Thought you might be hungry, ready to have some of this time around? Yeah, thanks. Oh wow, this is delicious. Got you approved. I better get some before you eat them all. It's like old times. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught and we all then eat fresh sashimi together. Used to talk about all the vitamins and minerals packed in the raw fish. Hey, by the way, let me see that orb, AJ. Here you go. Oh, so that's what it looks like? You found the legendary treasure? Nice work, Polly. Thanks. Guess you could say mission accomplished. With the orb, your revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the IA for revolution. We'll get all dressed up and feast till dawn. Yeah, now you're talking. Time to party. After all that, I just want to go to bed. Go to bed. Sure wish Naruto was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. The revolution, if it can bring back those happy days, you can sign me up for. Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm up here for my crystal. Right, left, hold. What the? Ah, it's him again. Well done, then again, I always knew you could do it. After all, we politicians must be excellent judges of a character. Still, I'm impressed you both made it out of there alive. Wait a second. You're the one who shoved us into that pit? It sounds so bad when you say it like that. All it was giving you a little nudge in the right direction. So it was you. Ooh! You know, good son of a... Yep. Don't look at me like that. The crystal of Amy Faye is mine. Now hand it over. Or my dead body. Detective, help! Yeah, I know. Emma, what's going on here? He filed a police report. He claims you were trying to steal his family heirloom. What the fuck? That's him, the one with the long hair. Arrest him with this instant. He's the thief that made off with the Artisan family's most precious heirloom. Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning. Down at the police station? I think I'll pass. After all, Mr. Artisan seemed spent on having me arrested on theft charges. It's not good. If Dirk gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Ukraine to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you call it, I must insist. Will you please come with me, sir?
Hold it!
Emma, I'm afraid I cannot let you take Dirk in. You received the orb from Dr. Pop in a perfectly legal transaction. If that's so, can you prove it? Of course.
Take that!
Take a look at this agreement. What do we have here? Let's see. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Divine Dragons if I will come to no harm. It appears to be a perfectly legal agreement. Not so fast. It's not the Founder's Orb. It's the Crystal of Amy Faye, which means the agreement is null and void. This is going nowhere fast. You can say that again. Then it will just have to go to trial. Right, Apollo? Phoenix! Mr. Right! Daddy! What's with you two? You look like you just saw a ghost. Oh yeah. Emma mentioned she had seen him around. What are you doing in Crane Village, Mr. Right? Mr. Attention has retained me as his lawyer. Wait, you're his lawyer? Oh! Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Attention's lawyer? Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back in from Dr. Bob. And it seems he currently foresaw that something like this might happen. It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Bob. So I knew I might need a lawyer if things went south. figured with a celebrated lawyer like Mr. Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong. Is that what you came back from Korean for, Mr. Wright? It was just good timing. My work over there just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Titian is a very important client. We know each other, but I've never heard Mr. Wright mention his name before. Mr. Wright, are you sure this Mr. Titian's family heirloom? It's my client's assertion. He said it's the crystal of Amy Faye. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling spirits. Who's Amy Faye? She brought Koreanese channeling to Japan, and her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky, but what's clear is she is the founder of the current channeling technique. Oh, so she's like the one they call the founder in Korean, the Holy Mother. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you. What are you saying? I'm really sorry it's come to this, but Mr. Wright, I don't understand. Let me spell it out then. You continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client. Then I will be seeing you in court. What? Oh, going against Phoenix Wright? Yo, what's gotten into you, Daddy? Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off. What are the odds? But for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you gonna do? Remember, he is your boss. How did it come to this? Mr. Wright, please, don't do this. Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here. When it's now clear, we are headed to the court. That's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. I don't believe it. I'm really going to face Mr. Wright in court? Daddy, Apollo, no! We can't have our agency talent competing against each other. It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We each have to fight for our client's best interests. What? So, what's it going to be, Apollo? Are we going to have to take this to trial? I have to battle Mr. Wright in court? The legendary Phoenix Wright. No matter how many trials of his I watch. No matter how dark the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? I owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do? Battle Mr. Wright, obviously. There's no turning back now. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm ready to fight for my client. Even if it means facing up against you. Alright. I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. First Daddy, now you. Polly, you're not seriously. Sorry, Trucy, but I have to do this. Apollo. Alright then. I better go prepare for tomorrow. Apollo vs. Wright, yeah! Who will win? It will depend who will I play as. If I play as Apollo, Apollo will win. Daddy, no wait. I think. Who knows though? Who knows? A fine mess I've gotten you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Korean now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows? I could even end up winning. There's always a chance, right? You know, this may be a blessing in disguise. If the trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb, then who are asked up to buff to studying it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. The first step of your revolution, huh? Yes, the revolution to restore Kura into its former glory and save Nahuta's soul. Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're going to win this one, you will see. I know you can do it, son. Dude, Fight has experience, but Apollo has his power. Hey, Wright has He has his plot. But this time Apollo will have plot. I got the plot with me. Doesn't matter what that I'll be going up against Mr. Right. I have to win this for Dirk. I got the plot, baby. And for Nahuta, his salvation along with all of Kuwarin depends on it. Apollo will win. I got the plot of the story. The main character is me. Okay. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I am done for today. Holy crap, I am so tired. Almost 7-hour stream. We are done. Tomorrow we shall continue this game, the trial. So, tomorrow it will be Apollo against Mr. Phoenix Wright. But yeah, wish you all a happy Sunday. Happy last day of weekends, guys. Have a lovely one. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you all tomorrow, right? Bye-bye, Roxas. Bye-bye, everybody.